an Islamic university that welcomes all interested citizens, a place where you will learn the beauty of diversity while still faithfully adhering to Islamic values. Imagine this. You are able to experience international education in an international university with global recognition. Study programs are accredited and certified by various countries such as Japan, Korea, England and the USA. A place where you explore science through 8 faculties and 48 study programs that you can choose from. Where you can weave your dreams while enjoying collaborative adventures with global scientists. And broadening your horizon through national and international partnership programs. Imagine this. You can pursue higher education in Indonesia in a private university that has a lush and green environment. An excellent university that is tirelessly innovating in various fields. A place where you can learn freely, whether surrounded by calming trees or inside the buildings, online or offline, beyond the classrooms, unbound by distance and space. All is provided to nurture you to become an active and innovative generation with diverse perspectives, which in turn earns appreciation. Imagine this, your future university supporting you to become an intellectual who is not only academically profound, but also spiritually insightful. The best private university that still strongly believes in academic freedom, encouraging you to express yourself in an era of fierce competition where contributions to problem solving are much needed. Its academic staff, as well as 107,000 alumni, have proven their worth, becoming ulil albab who are able to integrate science and Islamic teachings for the development of various sciences. Imagine this, your university is located in Indonesia's very own city of education, a city with a wide diversity of stories and cultures waiting to be discovered. Universitas Islam Indonesia is a university that is truly Indonesian, standing side by side with science, culture and art, creating a harmony of beautiful colors. Now stop imagining. It's time to realize your aspirations. Are you ready? Because here at UII, we are ready to show you the way.
Universiti Teknologi Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. The Vice-Chancellor is the Chief Executive Officer, heading the academic and administrative management of the university. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. Universiti Teknologi Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173 Universiti Teknologi Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the PITA Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, Universiti Teknologi Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. Universiti Teknologi Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Sadrina from University of California, Berkeley, United States of America. Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Wirasa from King Mangkut's University of Teknologi Thonburi, Bangkok, Thailand. Honorable to Professor Parvez Haris from De Montfort University, United Kingdom. Honorable to Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Professor Fatul Wahid. Honorable to Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences, Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Professor Farida Zuraina Muh Yusuf. Honorable to the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Professor Rianto. Honorable to the Chairperson of Third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021, Muhammad Mikdam Musawa MSc. Honorable to the Moderators, Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati Muhzain from Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Ismania Ismail from Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Raden Bagus Fajriya Hakim from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Honorable to distinguished speakers, invited guests, and participants. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, may peace be upon you all, and very good morning from Indonesia. Our deepest gratitude and praises are for God the Almighty, and the most merciful for the blessings He has given to us. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me also extend a warmest welcome to the Third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, in this nice moment, we would like to convey our gratitude and also give our warm welcoming because some experts across the world will gather and discuss some issues relating to science, technology, and data analysis for sustainable future. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this Third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021 is currently co-organized by Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universiti Teknologi Mara, Jaringan Kerjasama Nasional Lembaga Pendidikan Tinggi Bidang MIPA, Himpunan Kimia Indonesia, Masyarakat Bioinformatika dan Biodiversitas Indonesia, Ikatan Apoteker Indonesia, Himpunan Matematika Indonesia, Forum Pendidikan Tinggi Statistika Indonesia, and Asosiasi Pendidikan Tinggi Farmasi Indonesia. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, please be silent and bow our heads for a moment to say our prayer, shall we? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and now, without further ado, please help me to welcome Mr. Cecep Syabana Rahmatillah SSI to recite Holy Quran. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا أَنَّ اللَّهَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ وَلَمْ يَعْيَ بِخَلْقِهِنَّ بِقَادِرٍ على أن يحيي الموتى بلى إنه على كل شيء قدير ويوم يعرض الذين كفروا على النار أليس هذا بالحق قالوا بلى وربنا قال فذوقوا العذاب بما كنتم تكفرون فاصبر كما صبر أولو العزم من الرسل ولا تستعجل لهم كأنهم يوم يرون ما يوعدون لم يلبثوا إلا ساعة من نهار لم يلبثوا إلا ساعة من نهار بلاغ فهل يهلك إلا القوم الفاسقون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for reciting Holy Quran, Mr. Cecep. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, hymn of Universitas Islam Indonesia, the national anthem of Malaysia, and hymn of Universiti Teknologi Mara. Finish. Thank you and kindly be seated. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the chairperson of the third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021 to deliver the welcoming address. So please welcome Muhammad Mikdam Musawa, MSc. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa mawalah amma ba'dah. Excellencies, Rector, Vice Rectors, the Dean, Vice Deans, the Head of Departments in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences, Universiti, Teknologi, Mara, Malaysia, the distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers. First of all, thanks to Allah who always give us the health and opportunity so we can meet in the screen virtually via Zoom meeting in the third International Seminar on Science and Technology, ISSTEC 2021. After successfully we conducted the first and second ISSTEC in the previous years, we proudly present this event as the third ISSTEC 2021. It's an honor for us to have a chance to collaborate with some institution, especially with the Faculty of Applied Sciences, UITM, in organizing the third ISSTEC 2021. With the main theme, Science, Technology, and Data Analysis for a Sustainable Future, we hope that ISSTEC 2021 can provide an opportunity for us to share information, knowledge, bring worldwide intellectual academics, researchers, and professionals to disseminate the innovation of current issue, technology, and build a networking in the context of developing our fields. This seminar was attended by participants from various countries, including USA, UK, Malaysia, Thailand, and some other, both as speakers and participants. And more than 100 presenters were involved in this event, with details of 75 as oral presenters, 38 as poster presenters, and the article of this seminar will be published in Scopus Index Proceedings and reputable international journal. It's approximately 85 articles will be published in Proceeding, and 12 articles will be published in the journal. And once again, we thank for the contribution in the seminar, especially to the keynote speakers, Prof. Fathul Wahid, Prof. Parvez Harris, Prof. Sandrine Dudoit, and Dr. Wirasak, and also to the invited speakers, Dr. Zaini Haryati binti Moh Zain, Dr. Deni Susanti binti Danis, Dr. Syekh Ahmad Izzadin Syekh Muh Ghazali, Dr. Siti Zahliatul Munawirah, Dr. Habibi Hidayat, Dr. Atin Ahdika, and also Mr. Adi Wijaya. And also our collaborators and supporters, Jaringan Kerjasama Nasional Lembaga Pendidikan Tinggi MIPA or MIPANET, Himpunan Kimia Indonesia, Masyarakat Bioinformatika dan Biodiversitas Indonesia, MABI, Ikatan Apoteker Indonesia, IAI, Himpunan Matematika Indonesia, Asosiasi Pendidikan Tinggi Farmasi Indonesia, and Forum Pendidikan Tinggi Statistika. And thank you for the contributions and the support to this event. And the last one, we wish you enjoy this seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Migdam, for a very warm welcoming address. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming address by the Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences, Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. So please welcome Professor Farida Zuraina Muh Yusuf. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings to all. It is indeed a great honor for Faculty of Applied Sciences, FSG, Universiti Teknologi Mara, to organize the 3rd International Seminar on Science and Technology ISSTEC 2021, hand in hand with colleagues from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia. FSG UiTM has always supported the internalization efforts endeavored by academics from other universities with respective organizations and experts in fostering robust growth in science and technology knowledge advancement. I believe ISSTEC 2021 will provide the occasion for networking in optimum capacity within the current virtual environment. The pandemic has taught us to be agile and innovative, optimizing the technology and moving forward, making the best of what we could. I believe with the involvement of distinguished local and overseas speakers in ISSTEC 2021, participants will be able to engage in a diverse series of science and technology on topics covering informatic engineering, sensors, health and life science, wellness and medicine, sustainable community, energy and environment. This eventually will help to position science and technology advancement as a strategic catalyst for the growth of Asia's economy. I would like to congratulate all the agencies and institutions for organizing ISSTEC 2021. This collaborative effort is very commendable and should be continued in the future. To all participants, thank you for committing your time and energy in joining the conference. I wish all of you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Farida, for a very nice welcoming address. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we would like to listen to the opening address by the Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia. So please welcome Professor Fatul Wahid to deliver the opening address. And at the end of the speech, we would like to kindly request the Rector to officially open the 3rd International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021. So, Professor Fatul Wahid, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The distinguished keynote and invited speakers, the Dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences, Universiti Teknologi Mara, UiTM, my colleagues, the Dean, the Vice Deans, and the Head and Deputy Head of Department, the Head and Deputy Head of Study Program of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia, the representative from the partners institution, the chairperson of the seminar, and all the committee members, the moderators, and all the participants. It is indeed a great honor for me to welcome you all virtually in this seminar, the third international seminar on science and technology, ISSTEC 2021. The general theme of the seminar, science, technology, data analytics for sustainable future, is very important as the progress of our world is inseparable from science and technology. I'm sure that all of you will agree with me about this rational claim. We have witnessed the rise and the decline of civilization. And if we trace back its root, it will lead us to a set of conclusions that, among others, science and technology play a vital role in promoting human civilization. In this context, our lasting important homework is that to make sure that the advancement of science and technology is always within the ethical corridor. It should partake in promoting the prosperity of people, maintaining the environmental sustainability, and ensuring that no one left behind. This spirit needs to be kept alive and to be transferred from one generation of scientists to another to cultivate collective awareness. Hence, I am delighted to witness that in this seminar, both the experienced and the young scientists come and sit together to share knowledge, to discuss research findings, to brainstorm ideas, and equally important, to motivate to each other. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the keynote and invited speakers, the partners, institution, and the participants for the confidence you have placed in us and in this seminar. I'm also thankful for the hard work of the organizing committee in preparing this online seminar, which is very challenging in orchestrating the time differences among the speakers. To conclude, let's together officially open this seminar by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I do hope that all of you will find this seminar personally rewarding, academically enlightening, and professionally relevant. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Fatul Wahid for a very insightful opening welcoming address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this, before joining for the plenary session, we will have a photo session together to capture the memory of our activity. So please deign to say in front of your camera and also to kindly activate your camera. And if it is possible, please to set the virtual background of this event. So the photo session begins. Well, participants, please kindly still staying in front of your camera because the committee is still processing to capture our photo session. And once again, if it is possible, please kindly set the virtual background of this event of the third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021. Yeah, it is still processing. Yeah, finish for the photo session. Thank you very much to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this session. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our conference to the next agenda, that is to join the plenary one session. And chairing this session is Dr. Raden Bagus Fajriya Hakim, a lecturer from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, and now he is an Executive Secretary of Universitas Islam Indonesia. And now please welcome Dr. Raden Bagus Fajriya Hakim. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Mila. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli wa sallim wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Good morning all. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah because of His blessing. We can stay virtual here without any obstacle. Secondly, peace and solution might be open to our Prophet Muhammad SAW and our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Fatul Wahid and Professor Sandrin Judoid, our honorable Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, UII, Professor Rianto, our honorable Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences, Universiti Teknologi Mara, UITM, Professor Dr. Farida Zuraina Moh Yusuf, PhD, and honorable invited speakers and honorable chairman of the third ISSTEC, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, UII, and dear all lecturers and students, and honorable all participants of the seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hakim, the moderator of today's seminar. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to the seminar. Today's seminar is about, we are talking about the social media and e-participation in Indonesia. And this is a lesson and challenges and learning from data in single cell transcriptomics. And ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker today is Professor Fatul Wahid. He is the rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia. I'll introduce him. He obtained a Bachelor of Informatics degree at ITB, Bandung, and took a master's degree at the University of Agder, Prof. Agder, Norway, and get the doctor at Information System, also in University of Agder, Norway in 2013. He is also a vice chairman of Indonesian Private Higher Education Association. Okay. Before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. First, Prof. Fatul Wahid and Prof. Sandrin will be invited to present the material, and after that, there will be a question and answer session. And therefore, before we start our present, please recite basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now, allow me to welcome to the speaker, Prof. Fatul Wahid, for about 30 minutes, to make his presentation. And Prof. Fatul Wahid, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Hakim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Again, thank you very much, Pak Hakim, for the generous introduction. And all the participants, I will use this 30 minutes to share stories with you about the use of social media and public participation in Indonesia. And I think I will be followed by the presentation of another panelist, Professor Sandrine Dudois from University of California, Berkeley. Please let me share the screen. So the story about social media and e-participation in Indonesia, I will conclude the presentation by presenting lessons and a set of challenges. So this is our agenda today. I will tell you a bit about the context, Indonesian context, especially on the internet and social media in Indonesia. And then I will share stories from 4 cases about the use of social media within government to citizen, government to citizen, and social media used by politicians and the dark side of social media. And then we will discuss further to formulate some lesson learned and challenges. Let's start with the Indonesian context. This is the context. So during the New Order under Suharto regime from 1965 until 1998 in Indonesia, so the public voices were not heard by the government. So at that time, the government decision were entirely limited to government officials, especially the higher level bureaucrat. And public participation was very, very limited and even restricted, with high risky if you, for example, criticize the policies of government. But the sunrise in 1998, when the Suharto resigned, and we call that time as a reform era or era reformasi. And then 3 years after, the central government introduced what they call decentralization or decentralization. By that policy, the central government delegate some authorities to the local government, both at the provincial level and also to the city or district level. Yeah. And at the time, the democratic atmosphere, we can feel the new democratic atmosphere, because at that time the public, the citizen, could freely articulate the opinion through various channels. And the atmosphere was, when we were under Suharto era, was a luxury, because it's very risky to articulate our opinion, and even our opinion could bring us to the jail. So this is the context of Indonesia for you who have limited knowledge about our country. So our country, Indonesia, is an archipelagic nation with more than 17,000 islands scattered from Sumatra to Papua. If we cut this map and put on the global map, it's just like from Istanbul to London. It's very huge. And the challenge is not only the size, but also the diversity from one corner to another. So we then can discuss further about democratic participation that we enjoyed in Indonesia after the fall of Suharto. In this context, the public participation should influence decision makers. That on one hand, and in other hand, they should facilitate the interaction, the communication between citizen and the officer, the decision makers. Hence, here we get a new, new approach of doing participation, or new approach for public to share their opinion with the help of internet, especially social media and other channels provided by the government. So we coin this issue or phenomenon as e-participation. There's a new way of sending message, expressing our opinion publicly to the government. So this is a glimpse of the current context in Indonesia, but this is from the January 2021. It's around 11 months ago. The new statistic will come out within next 2 months in January 2022. We can see here, out of 270, around 5 million of Indonesian population, 61.8% of them, or around 170 million Indonesian population, are social media users. So by seeing this, we can imagine how much information that can be circulated among them daily. And in one hand, this can be seen as an opportunity to involve public participation, to engage them in providing input for government policies, for example. But in another hand, it can also create problem. I will tell you about this possible problem at the end of this presentation. If we go further, what kind of social media used by most of Indonesian? We can see here, YouTube is number 1, number 2, WhatsApp, and followed by Instagram and Facebook. And on the number 5 is Twitter. And we just can skip this one. So that the overall context of Indonesia about the change, the shift of political approach, political regime, and also the prevalence of social media used by the Indonesian population. Now we move further by discussing focuses how the social media is used by the government to communicate with their citizens. This is case number 1. It's about government to citizen initiative. This framework can be used to lead our discussion. So the use of social media in the public sector has different mission. The simplest one is to create transparency, to improve the transparency. Transparency is very important in the democratic society because during the authoritarian one, the government policies, the government activities is somehow opaque. Yeah, the citizen cannot follow, cannot see what they did at the time. But now the transparency is quite much better. That's the simplest mission of the use of social media within the public sector. And the second mission is participation. This is to engage. If the first one is just one-way communication and to cultivate, to create engagement or to attract engagement from the citizen, so the government should use a two-way communication. There is a discussion between them, consultation between citizen and the government official, and so on and so forth. And the last mission is to create a collaboration between the citizen and the government. So this is the overall framework we can use to discuss. This is the first case. It's from Yogyakarta, our hometown here, where our university, Universitas Islam Indonesia, is located. This is what we call Jogja Smart Service. And in that package of service, one of them is a feature that facilitates the citizen to convey the message to the government, complain, a question, and the like. For example, this one, we call it pengaduan. This is the development of previously called UPI, Unit Pelayanan Informasi dan Keluhan. This is a unit set by the local government to facilitate public complaint and to disseminate information to the public. So if I see problem on the ground, for example, the damage in the public infrastructure or public facilities, I can just use this application, mobile apps, to report it, and I can point the exact location of the damage. And they will follow up with a special mechanism like this one. So if the problem is simple, can be solved by individual technical department, it should be the message, the incoming message should be responded in 2 days. But if the problem should involve other technical department, so the technical department have time until 6 days to respond the incoming message. This is the standard operating procedure, they said, and at the national level, they have also a similar procedure. I will tell you later. So this is the lesson we can grasp from the case. Why the city of Yogyakarta government developed that kind of e-participation services. The public pressure is very important in Jogja, and they will steer the local government to open up the channel for public participation. So I will show you some quotation from the field. For example, this one, the head of e-participation service told me that we are fully aware of the public of Yogyakarta are very intelligent. This was one of the reasons behind the establishment of the e-participation services. If we did not improve our transparency, we might easily become a target of public criticism. This is a kind of the importance of public pressure to the government. The e-participation service administrator told us, and this is amplified by the mayor of Yogyakarta at the time. So he said that the mayor would like to change the mindset of the government officer from acting as pangreh projo, those with the power to command, to becoming pamong projo, those who serve the people. At the time, we were not ready to change ourselves. So the push from the local political leader at the time was very important to save the mindset of the government officer. So this is a national level initiative to facilitate public participation arranged by the Office of Presidential Staff in collaborating with several national government agencies. They call it a LAPOR. A LAPOR is a single door national report handling system. So everybody who registered can report the problem in the Indonesian context, or even in the Indonesian offices like Indonesian embassy overseas. And then the administrator in Jakarta will distribute the incoming message to the respective unit to be responded. This is the current status of LAPOR until this morning. So since 2012, more than 1,300,000 incoming messages sent by the public by more than 800,000 users. And this system, the LAPOR, has been used by 554 government agencies throughout Indonesia. So this is some quote I got from the respondent, from the informant. one of the mission of the lapor establishment or development is to minimize misdirected report, because as a citizen, common citizen, it's somehow difficult for them to precisely point the exact responsible government unit for specific issues. So no wrong doors policy is our main principle. So all submission from citizen with regard to the public services won't be misdirected to the wrong institution. And this system can also disclose the institutional performance of the government agencies. So we invite citizens to assess which institutions are good and which are not in a participatory manner. How many reports addressed to institution X, for instance, how many numbers of red, yellow, or green code are displayed on lapor website, with red meaning not yet responded, yellow still under process, and green, that means the incoming message is already responded, or the problem is already resolved. There's a lot of possible actualization that can be provided by the lapor system. We can see here, for example, minimizing misdirected report, integrating multiple channels, because lapor can receive incoming message from different channels, facilitating issues prioritization, disclosing institutional performance, and so on and so forth. And what the effect, the positive effect we can get from the use of lapor: no misdirected report, better integrated data, increased transparency, more data-driven policymaking, better service delivery, and so on and so forth. This is the first case. And the second case is about the government to citizen participation initiative. This is the case from Bandung, one of the city in West Java. Ridwan Kamil was the mayor of Bandung from 1913 until 1918. And he said that I was aware when I was elected as mayor that social media will be an integral part of staying close to the citizen. And we observe in Indonesia here, not many government officials are there or have willingness to stay close with the citizen personally. But he did. He said, in coping with tweets containing criticism, mockery, and intimidation, my passion already reached the God level. There's not many government official on the ground has this kind of willingness. So this is the summary of my finding from Bandung. So we can see that social media in Bandung can provide various effects. For example, improve citizen participation, improve transparency, better public services, and even better working moral among the government officials. This is an example of a quote from the field. One of the informants said, all departments should have email, Twitter, WhatsApp, and Facebook account. The function is to capture input and complaint from citizens directly. Also, this one is somehow beyond my imagination at the time, because they realized that the use of social media, especially at the time, WhatsApp and Twitter, can improve the integrity of government officials by what they call visual reporting. When officers at all levels until village are performing an activity they should take a picture of it and post it through WhatsApp. All people in WhatsApp group will know about it as well as the mayor. And in many cases, the mayor select the best picture and forward it to his personal Twitter account to be seen by the public. Yeah, the second case, I think the time does not allow me to discuss it a bit detailed, but at least they will give us an overview of the cases. The third case is about the use of social media by Indonesian politicians. So in doing so, I and my team interviewed many politicians from local level to national level. I think I still remember I spent around 3 days in the national parliament offices to observe what they did at the time and to have interviews with some of them. And we found 4 strategies employed by the politician. One, we call it nominal. The second one is instrumental, and then manipulative, and the last one is genuine. I will show you an example of a quote from each strategy users. This is nominal strategy. This quote is from a member of National Parliament from North Maluku. She said, internet exposure is an event in my constituency. An event in my constituency. So the communication frequency via social media is very seldom to none, but I still use my blogs for archiving my political activities. So she ran a blog that can be accessed by the public. And this one is the quote from the politician who used instrumental strategy. This is from a member of National Parliament from West Java. He said, using social media is too time consuming and I can fully concentrate on my work. Thus, I hire administrator, even though the content is all from me. He, the administrator, knows my mindset, my perspective on politics, democracy, and economics. So we communicate, then he will post according to my direction. The content is my responsibility, but the language is all his responsibility. And this is from the politician, more precisely, the social media strategies hired by a politician who use manipulative strategy. The social media strategist said, we were building a better image of politicians to approach youth. So it's like rebranding. So in doing so, they involving internet buzzer, key opinion leaders and celebrities to endorse politicians with fabricated comment made by the strategists. So this kind of strategies are like so familiar with us in today's situation when we witness that the current political development is somehow lead to the unfavorable direction. Since the last one is the politician who personally use their personal account and communicate directly with the citizen. This is the example from the mayor of Bandung when he used the personal account and communicate personally, not by buzzer or other administrators. In this case, the politicians are engaged by themselves with the discussion or dialogue in social media with the citizen. This is that was the third case. And this is the last case, the dark side of social media. So I think these two terms are very, very well known among us today. One is post-truth and the second one is hoax. So this has attracted a lot of attention today because many of us, if not all of us, see that this is can be threatening the democracy, our democracy, because in the post-truth era, opinion is is more believable. If we heard opinion, if we observe opinion more frequently, for us, it is easier to believe than the truth, than the facts that we only once observe or come across with it. So this is an example from a social network analysis. When in Indonesia, we had a discussion about a public debate about the Chinese workforce entering Indonesia. And the debate created a polarization between netizens, between those who support the policies to attract a Chinese worker to Indonesia, and those who did not agree with that policies. So the supporter and the opposite. We can observe from the social media how they frame the issues, how they how about their opinion about the issues, and this can be used to see which group of citizens who are supporting to the policies of the central government, and who those are opposing to the policies of the central government. This is another example from 2019. At the end of the presidential election at the time between Joko Widodo and Prabowo Subianto, at the time the political atmosphere was very warm, and this meeting between both of them in the station of mass rapid transport in Jakarta make the political atmosphere at the time cool, and it's very, very important. It's like a turning point from the heat political debate to the more friendly political collaboration at the time.
I'm sorry, Prof. It's about 3 minutes next.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will do it quickly then. So this is the social media analysis between the supporter and the opposite, from the opposition side and for the supporter of the incumbent, the President Joko Widodo. So that's the slide about the lessons we can learn from the cases. One is that the role of political leadership is very influential in orchestrating the e-participation initiative. The public pressure is able to change the government agencies to provide a public participant channel. The mindset shift among the government officer is a must to cultivate a better service orientation culture. And we can see at the end, the use of social media for e-participation will strengthen the culture of peace as the public voices are seriously heard by the authorities. And at the end, this may lead to sustainable democracy. But then we still have a lot of homework to do, the challenges. So the development of strategies to spirit the genuine important ideas and the noise from the social media messages. So this can create further discussion. Educating the public to become more independent thinkers and not only follow the general narrative without further verification. And the third challenge is the consistency of the government agencies to facilitate the meaningful public participation. How serious will be the government agencies to take into consideration the public opinion when formulating policies, when modeling the program, and so on and so forth. And at the end, the dark side of social media should be properly mitigated to avoid the escalation, the potential culture of conflict between the public and the government agencies and among the public. I could say that the hired buzzers that continuously spread false information hopes might hijack the democracy. And at the end, so I offer one issue to ponder collectively by all of us. Will the future use of social media in Indonesia or in many other contexts lead to sustainable democracy or hijack democracy? And if you are interested, there's a lot of some related publication about the issues I just talked about. Some already published, some are in progress. I should stop here and let the moderator lead the discussion. I thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Prof. Fatul, for giving such a very informative and interesting presentation. For participants that would like to ask, please give your question in the text chat. Yeah. Okay. Once again, thank you from Prof. Fatul. Next, our second keynote speaker today is Prof. Sandrine Dudoat. Yeah. She is professor and chair of Department of Statistics. Yeah. Professor of Division of Biostatistics, School of Public Health, University of California, Berkeley. And she obtained French high school diploma with highest honor, Lycée Molière, Paris, France. A BSc, highest honors in mathematics, Carleton University, Ottawa, Canada, Ontario, Canada. In June 1992, and Master of Science in Mathematics, Carleton University, Ottawa, Ontario, and Canada, and February 1994 with Senate Medal for outstanding academic achievement at the master level, and PhD in Statistics, University of California, Berkeley, May 1999, and got an Evelyn Fix Memorial Medal, awarded to PhD student showing the greatest promise in statistical research, with preference for application to biology and problems of health. Now allow me to welcome to the second keynote speaker, Prof. Sandrine Dudoat. Prof. Dudoat is already here. Hello, Prof. Sandrine Dudoat. Is there any information from committee about our Professor Dudoat?
Dr. Hakim, I think that Professor Sandrina is having a trouble with the connection. Maybe we will wait for a moment until Professor Sandrina back to our Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Mila. Is there any chance for us to make a discussion with Prof. Fatul Wahid? Our committee, can we change the session in a question and answer? Okay.
We can just continue the discussion and stop when Professor Duda join again to the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, dear all participants, is there any question to our first keynote speaker? I think that this is very interesting with our today's social media, Prof. Okay, Ibu Arum Handini Premandari, raise hand. Okay, you can ask directly to our professor, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Fatul Wahid. So I have a research about cyberbullying, and I want to ask about the use of social media. Sometimes content gone viral without checking the credibility, does the research on the fact, and it makes some people encounter bullying and also harassment, right?
Yeah.
And how to handle it. And I want to ask about the smart city concept. Did the smart city concept also overcome with these matters? I mean, they also cover about the cyberbullying and the harassment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any question again? No? Please, Prof. Fatul, give the answer about his question. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for the challenging question. So I think we can easily agree that the issues raised by the Ms.
Arum
is our nowadays concerns about the what call it the potential risk of using social media. In Indonesia, I can see that Indonesia is a young democratic country. So the public democratic maturity is not yet set. So this is kind of like a bird going out from its cage. So I think it will take some time to educate public to be more aware, to increase the awareness about the potential damage created by, for example, hoax, false information, and so on and so forth. I think we have to be tirelessly educating the public. That's one point. Another point is that we cannot stop the negative content spread on social media. unless the social media providers partake in that initiative. But waiting for that is not always easy, because they will balance between what's called a business interest and social service interest. So what we can do as a citizen is by producing a lot of positive content to be spread on the internet, on social media, to compete with the potential negative content. I think that 2 points can be taken as our collective homework: educating the citizen, including us, to be more independent thinkers, not only following the public narrative without further verification. And the second one is by producing collectively a lot of positive content to be spread into the similar channel. I think that's my point of view, and I'm sure that it still left some room for discussion, and I will be happily to know another perspective.
Okay, great. Very good answer, Prof. How about Ms. Arum? Is this okay? Is there any perception? Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Bu Arum. There's a question in the chat room from Dina Tri Utari. Dear Prof. Fatul, I have a question. Do the lapor obtain personal data, Prof?
Yeah.
Respondent. Yeah. How to deal with the private data safe and secure?
Okay, thank you for the question, Ms. Dina. Yes, they need our personal data to verify that we are the the real person that are connected to the national database, citizen database. Because but when sending the message, we can use like anonymous feature, so they cannot trace back the sender. Especially, this is very important for the critical issues or sensitive issues. For example, about the corruption, for example, or bribery. So the identity of the sender should be should be protected. But when registered to the system, we have to supply with our personal data. And the best thing we can do is just to hope that they will keep our data seriously, properly, and prevent them from data leakage that can lead to another disaster. I think that my perspective about that personal data collection by the service provider. In this case, lapor.
But is there any opportunity for the oknum in the agencies that will try to use this personal data, bro?
Yes, everything is possible, but I think the law can prevent them from doing so. And we still have homework, national homework, because like in other countries, when the government did not do their job in protecting our personal data, in other countries, they can be fined. They have to pay fine to the citizen. But this is not the case in Indonesia for now. But I think we should create like a national regulation or law that more friendly to the citizen to protect the citizen personal data.
Yeah, Prof. It can be continued with the question from the Muhammad Nur Hasan. The question is, I would like to ask Prof. Fatul Wahid, what is the opinion regarding the ITE law, Prof? Which is now widely misused, so that causes many complaints from citizens to the police.
Yeah, I think that has something to do with the last slide I present. Will the social media use, future social media use in Indonesia, lead us to the sustainable democracy, with always give room for citizens to express their opinion, to be heard, and to be considered by the authorities in formulating policies, in developing programs, and so on and so forth, or the social media use will hijack the democracy. And we should aware that the hijacker is not always the citizen. It can be also the authorities, if they still have some hidden interest, kept opaque, not transparent from the face of citizen. But again, it is difficult to prove. It's difficult to prove. But I still among who believe that if the citizen still use the common sense, collective common sense, we can keep our sensitivity antenna to grasp the potential misuse of the law, or even the misuse of the power by the government. But again, we have to respond it according to the Constitution.
Yes. Yes, I agree with that, Prof. There is still a question again from Listiana Nelly Mulyaningsih. Now there are so many on social media that share personal data. How should we do so that what is the data remaja? Data remaja safe, when we share it on social media.
So I think I got the point, Pak Hakim. This is I think this is about to educate the youngsters, the youth, especially. But I think this not especially for the youth, but also for the adult, even for the professors. They have to be aware that sharing personal data on the net, on the internet, especially on social media, is not without risk. What I mentioned earlier, that educating the public, including the youngsters, the adults, and even the professional, because they have to be aware that social media is not personal sphere, it's a public sphere. Even though we post something from the isolated room, but they will read by the public. And once the post is sent to the social media, it will be almost impossible to delete it. For example, we may delete it on our account, but who can guarantee? But our post is not saved by other persons, or retweet, or reshare, or capture with the various means. So what I told the youngster, especially the student, is about this issue is like this. Be careful when posting something on the net, especially on social media, because in the future, your to-be boss, your to-be employer will use your social media account to scrutinize you, to see what was you in the past. And that will be used to determine or to make a decision whether they will accept you as employee or reject you. Yeah. So be careful when posting something on social media.
Yeah. That's the key point, that we have to be careful with our personal data, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay. From your presentation that we saw about the drone emprit, Prof.
Yeah.
Please, Prof, give explanation about this our machine or this drone emprit, Prof.
Okay, Pak Hakim and all the participants. So we at Universitas Islam Indonesia is now collaborating with media kernels in Jakarta to install what we call drone emprit academics, which is like a social media miner, social media data miner. So the system can can mine the data from in this case Twitter with special filters we can set from with special time period, and then the system will automatically analyze with the different various features. For example, the sentiment, positive, negative, neutral, and the spread, the geographical spread of the tweet, the most top influencer, the distribution of the age of the social media user, and so on and so forth. And by doing so, we can monitor the special issues discussed by the netizens in a certain period of time. And we can also use it to to detect the possible use of robots that are employed by certain users to post, to retweet, to comment on certain tweet on the net. And this is, I think, this is very important and very useful to trace the potential use of, for example, of buzzers, potential use of a robot. And the problem is that because of the anonymity feature of social media, it is somehow even almost impossible to trace back who is the sender of the message.
Yeah.
So that creates, in one hand, the genuine message sent by the people for those who are responsible but have no courage to do so, to send the message. But on another hand, that can be misused by other users. So again, this is like a battle between the social media for sustainable democracy and for hijack democracy. And I see that Professor Dudua is already joining us. So I think we should stop the discussion, Pak Hakim, and continue with the next keynote speakers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Abdul Wahid, for giving such a very informative and very interesting presentation. Thank you, Prof. And dear all participants, ladies and gentlemen, now our second keynote speaker today is Prof. Sandrine Dudoit. Yeah. She is Professor and Chair Department of Statistics, Professor in Division of Biostatistics, School of Public Health, University of California, Berkeley. She obtained French high school diploma with highest honor, like C. Molière, Paris, France. A BSc, highest honors in mathematics at Carleton University, Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, in June 1992, and Master of Science in Mathematics, Carleton University, Ottawa, Canada, and February 1994 with Senate Medal for Outstanding Academic Achievement at the master level. And PhD in Statistics, University of California, Berkeley, May 1999, and got an Evelyn Fix Memorial Medal, awarded to PhD student showing the greatest promise in statistical research with preference for application to biology and problems of health. Now allow me to welcome to the second keynote speaker, Prof. Sandrine. Please for about 30 minutes, make her presentation. Prof. Sandrine, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And let me share my slides. Let's see if I can do that. Let's see. All right, are you able to see my slides now?
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. And I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference. It's a pleasure to join you. Today, I will talk about learning from data in single-cell transcriptomics. I've had a terrific time working on this project with my current and former PhD students and postdocs. Philippe Boileau, Nima Hejazi, Fanny Perraudot, David Erisso, Hector Roux de Bézieux, Kelly Street, and Koen Vandenberg. And I'd like to give special thanks to John Nye, my collaborator of about 20 years now, for motivating our work in this area. And also, I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators in statistics and computer science, Niven Clément, Elizabeth Purdom, Jean-Philippe Vert, and Nir Yosef. And I'm particularly excited to share that my group was part of the team that released the first comprehensive atlas of the mammalian brain cells. Yes?
Get larger, zoom out. Yeah.
Is this better? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You can see the slides. Okay, thank you. Yes, so some of the work that I will present today is including in a very recent special issue of Nature on the Brain Initiative Cell Census Network, and I'll talk about some of this today. So here's an outline of my presentation. It's basically a survey of the main steps in a workflow that we've developed to analyze single-cell transcriptome sequencing data with the goal of studying how stem cells differentiate in the brain. So we'll start with the biological question. So this work was motivated by our collaboration with John Nye's lab at Berkeley. And their goal was to study how stem cells differentiate in the olfactory epithelium. And this research has important potential applications to the prevention and treatment of neural tissue damage and degeneration. They focus on a particular type of stem cells. It's called horizontal basal cell. It's an adult tissue stem cell. And they're using the protein P63 as a molecular switch. In other words, when there are regular amounts of this protein, the stem cells self-renew. They continue to become HPCs. And when there is not enough of the P63 protein, then the stem cells begin to differentiate. In order to study the differentiation process, the Nye lab used single-cell transcriptome sequencing to measure expression levels for entire genomes at the resolution of single cells in normal mice, and also in mice that had the P63 gene knocked out. So here's a picture to kind of show, illustrate what we're talking about. So this is a diagram of a mouse's head, and the olfactory epithelium is where my mouse is here. So it's this blue part in the brain. And if we zoom in on the olfactory epithelium, we can look at the different types of cells that are in this tissue. We're focusing here on the HPCs. Those are the green cells here. Under normal conditions, they self-renew. And then when P63 is knocked out, they start differentiating in a range of cells, including neurons and sustentacular cells. So this would be the external part of the bulb where the odors come in. So here's a schematic of what single cell transcriptome sequencing or RNA-seq does. You basically isolate single cells in an organism, you extract the RNA from the cells, you chop up the RNA, and then you sequence the fragments of RNA into the bases ACGU. And then you map back these small fragments to the genome. And the main idea in RNA-seq is that the number of fragments that map back to a particular gene is a measure of the expression level of that gene. So our entry point here comes after much pre-processing, including image analysis, base calling, and sequence alignment. So the data that we'll focus on have the form of a matrix, like here, the rows corresponding to genes, and the cells correspond to, and the columns correspond to individual cells. So we have thousands and thousands of genes and hundreds of cells. And the entries of these matrix are measures of the expression level of the genes in individual cells. So we're using this data to address a variety of questions, including what are the main types of cells that are present? How do the cells differentiate from one group to another? And what are the genes that are involved in the differentiation process? So this bar plot here summarizes the design of the particular experiment that I'll be focusing on. Each bar corresponds to the number of cells per batch. A batch here is a run of the sequencing machine, and the bars are color-coded by the biological condition, whether it's a wild type or a knockout mice, and the time point after the knockout. And you can see here that the batches are nested within biological effects. So here are the main steps in the workflow that we've developed, along with the names of the R packages that are implementing the methods that we've developed. So I won't spend too much time on any of the topics, and I'd be glad to provide you my slides if you'd like more information. So before we do anything, we look at data, we do exploratory data analysis to make sure that we understand our data, and we detect the main feature of these data, whether they're good or bad. EDA is particularly helpful to detect problems with the data, like mismatched samples, technical artifacts with the data. So it's really crucial to look at our data to avoid garbage in, garbage out. And then comes normalization. We spent actually much time on pre-processing and in particular normalization, which is the adjustment for unwanted technical effects. So this seemingly mundane step can actually have a very large impact on the results of downstream analyses. And that has often a larger impact than, say, the choice of method we use for differential expression or for clustering. So it's really important to get normalization right. Next, dimensionally reduction. That's a very common step in single cell RNA-seq and in other types of high throughput genomic studies. We do dimensionally reduction for visualization purposes and also as a preliminary step in cluster analysis. A well-known dimensionally reduction method is principal component analysis. It's still valuable despite well-known shortcomings. In particular, in high dimensional settings like we have now, it's useful to have a regularization step to induce sparsity in the principal components. And also when we have controlled data, we can adjust for unwanted technical effects in the dimensionally reduction method itself by contrasting the covariance matrix of our main data set with the covariance matrix of controlled data. So here we've combined these two notions in a method that we call sparse contrastive principal component analysis. And I'll refer you to this article because I won't have time to discuss the details in this talk. Let me skip the ZINB wave method and jump to cluster analysis. Cluster Clustering of genes or samples is a very common task in genomics for its own sake, but also for quality control, and also as input to other methods. Here, we'll use cluster analysis as an input method to lineage inference. And the rest of my talk will be devoted to methods that are specific for lineage inference. So the method slingshot that I'll present, and then also two methods for finding the genes that are associated with the differentiation process. Okay, so a few words about normalization. The goal of normalization is to adjust read counts for unwanted technical effects in order to allow meaningful comparison of expression measures, either between genes or between samples. Normalization is crucial before any type of downstream analysis like clustering or differential expression analysis to make sure that when we see a difference in expression measure, this difference is really due to the biological effects of interest and not unwanted technical artifacts. So whenever I think of preprocessing method like normalization, I ask myself two questions. One of them is, does normalization matter? And here the answer is an emphatic yes. It turns out that the choice of normalization method can have a greater impact on the results than the choice of downstream method. So that's definitely yes. Then the second question is more subtle, which method is best? So that there's no obvious answer to this, and the choice of normalization method is highly data set dependent. So what we've developed here is a data-driven approach for selecting a normalization procedure that's suitable for our data set. So we've developed this framework called SCONE. It does two main tasks. One is that it implements a range of normalization method ranging from very simple methods like global scaling method, where you just divide the read counts within a particular sample by, say, the upper quartile, to more complex methods that are based on regression on known factors of unwanted variation, like quality control measures, or also a factor analysis-based method where you regress on unknown factors of unwanted variation. The second aspect of SCONE is that it provides metrics for assessing the performance of normalization methods. And there are three main classes of metrics. One class involves the clustering of samples, either based on factors of wanted variation or factors of unwanted variation. The second class focuses on the association of the expression measures with factors of wanted and unwanted variation. And then third class looks at between sample distribution of expression measures. So we've applied the SCONE framework to our olfactory epithelium data set. In particular, we applied and evaluated 172 different normalization procedures. So in practice, what people do is, they look at their data and they try one or two methods and look at ad hoc summaries to choose the method. Here we have a principal approach for applying a battery of normalization methods and then selecting them. So based on our SCONE measures, the best performing methods involve full quantile normalization, which is matching the quantiles across samples, and also regression on quality control measures that we gather on the samples. And let me jump to cluster analysis now. As you know, unsupervised learning or cluster analysis is a very difficult and frustrating problem, because no matter what the data or clustering algorithm that we have, we will get cluster. The real question is whether these clusters are real, whether they're meaningful, whether they're replicable, and then how do you validate your clusters? So you may be asking yourself, why another clustering method? In fact, this is not what we're proposing. We're addressing two main goals here. We want to provide a general and flexible framework that allows researchers to easily apply and compare a range of different clustering algorithms and associated tuning parameters. So for example, k-means with a range of values of k. And then from this range of clustering algorithms, we want to generate a stable consensus clustering. And this is RSEEC, which I'll discuss next. Another method which we've developed, and I won't have time to discuss today, is DUNE, and that's a procedure for merging clusters in order to navigate the trade-off between cluster resolution and replicability across data sets. So a few more words now about this RSEEC. This is an acronym for resampling-based sequential ensemble clustering. And here we're basically taking ideas from supervised learning, the idea of aggregation or ensemble methods. So we're aggregating results from multiple clusterings that are obtained either by applying a range of algorithms to a particular data set or applying a particular algorithm to resampled versions of the learning set. And the main idea behind these ensemble methods, like in supervised learning, is that you want to improve stability. And we also want to leverage the strengths of different algorithms. So here are the main steps in RSEEC. So we start with a base clustering algorithm, like partitioning around madoids or k-means, and with a range of tuning parameters. And then we produce a candidate clustering. Then we repeat this over many different algorithms and tuning parameters that gives us a collection of candidate clusterings. And next, we identify consensus clustering by using the co-clustering matrix. So the co-clustering matrix is a symmetric matrix whose rows and columns correspond to the samples, the observations, and the entries are the proportion of times the observations are clustered together. And then we merge the non-different, we do a clustering based on the co-clustering matrix. And finally, we have a merging step of non-differential clusters by creating a hierarchy of clusters and then testing for differential expression between nodes of this hierarchy. And finally, we obtain signatures for the different cluster by testing for differential expression between selected subsets of clusters. So here is an application of this RSEEC method to our olfactory epithelium data set. We've tried a range of clustering approaches, these corresponding to the rows here. And then the samples are at the top. So you can see that some samples tend to get clustered together no matter what the method we use, whereas other samples tend to jump around. So from this range of clustering, candidate clusterings, we generate the co-clustering matrix. Here's a pseudo color image of the co-clustering matrix. And here you see that some samples are clustered together very often. So we use this co-clustering matrix as an input to hierarchical clustering, and we generate a hierarchy of clusters. And then we do merging of some of the cluster based on tests of differential expression. So we applied RSEEC to the olfactory epithelium data, and we were able to recover the variety of states that are expected in the differentiation process of HBCs. So we recovered horizontal basal cells, these HBCs, but also global basal cells, microvillus cells, various types of neurons, mature and immature. And then of interest to biologists is to find the genes that distinguish between the different clusters. So we tried two methods. One method is sort of the naive method when we have here 6 or 7 clusters where we could potentially apply an F statistics to all of the genes and rank the genes based on their F statistics value. So this is a heat map of the top 472 genes based on the F statistics. So genes are in the rows, columns are the samples. So there's no real structures that appear here. So we need a smarter statistic for finding genes that are differentially expressed between clusters. So what we did is to use the hierarchy of the clusters and test for differential expression only between sister nodes in the tree. And this is what we did here. This is a pseudocolor image of the expression values where we look at each comparison, at several comparisons based on the structure of the tree. And then here again are genes, and then here are samples. So now we can identify groups of genes that have characteristic patterns of expression in the different types of cells. So it's more informative than just an F statistic ranking. Okay, and then the rest of the talk, I'll talk about lineage inference. So if you recall, our main goal here was to understand how these horizontal basal cells differentiate into other types of cells involved in neurogenesis. So here I'll use the term pseudotime to refer to the position of the cells along the lineages, not so much in terms of chronological time, but in terms of transcriptional activity. It's often related to chronological time, but it's not necessarily the same thing. So our method for lineage inference is called slingshot, and it allows the identification of any number of novel lineages with the option to incorporate prior knowledge or subject matter knowledge on the lineage structure. So for example, we know here with the olfactory epithelium data that neurons should be terminal cell types, likewise for sustentacular cells. So we can supervise the lineage inference with this information. So slingshot has two main steps. The first step is to infer the global lineage structure. And for doing this, we use a minimum spanning tree on the clusters. The next step is to refine the lineage structure by inferring pseudotime for each of the cells along the lineages. And for this, we use a method, an extension of the principal curves method. So principal curves, you can think of them like smooth regression, where we treat the X and Y variables symmetrically. So we applied slingshot to our OE data. And for the cell clusters, we use the RSEC clustering that I showed you before. We supervised slingshot by telling it that we knew which terminal states to expect with the lineage structures. So the sustentacular cell, microvillus cells, and mature olfactory sensory neurons. And slingshot identified 3 lineages, one going from HBCs to sustentacular cell, one from HBCs to microvillus cell via globose basal cells, and then the third one from HBCs to olfactory sensory neurons via GBCs. And if we hadn't supervised slingshot by giving it the known terminal states, it would have inferred wrongly that sustentacular cells could develop into GBCs. And that's known to be a problem from the biology. So here is a figure with the slingshot results. So the first panel here is a 3-dimensional plots using principal components of our data. Each point corresponds to a cell, and the plotting colors correspond to the cell types. The second panel here represents the minimal spanning tree, and the third panel are the principal curve fits. So we have our 3 lineages that are inferred here. So one to microvillus cells via GBCs, the other one to to neurons via GBCs, and then the third one to sustentacular cells. So finding the lineage is only a first step. What biologists are really interested to determine is the genes that are involved in the differentiation process. So current approaches typically assess differential expression between discrete cell clusters. So they will say, what are the genes that differentiate between the neurons and the sustentacular cells? And that really fails to exploit the continuous resolution that we have from trajectory inference. So with my group, we've developed TreatSeq. This is a method based on generalized additive models with the negative binomial distribution. And that allows us to exploit the trajectory or the lineage structure to find genes that are differentially expressed within a lineage, but also genes that are differentially expressed between lineages. And here's the parameterization of the negative binomial GAM. The index G corresponds to genes, the index I corresponding to cells. And the main idea here is that, so this model will relate gene expression Y to pseudotime T using a parameterization that's based on cubic spline functions of the pseudotimes. So these are cubic exponent function. The U's here are cell level covariates. And the parameters that we focus on for differential expression are the coefficients of these spline basis functions. Okay, so the tests of differential expression will all be based on these betas. And we're looking for different types of patterns of differential expression. So here's a cartoon to illustrate trait-seq. This is for one particular gene, a plot of the expression measures on the y-axis against the pseudotime on the x-axis. And this is assuming we have only two lineages, an orange lineage and a blue lineage. And we want to find whether this gene is differentially expressed. So this is sort of a simple scenario because you can see in the lineage, the orange lineage, there's no association with pseudotime. But in the blue lineage, there's association of the expression measures with pseudotime. And so in this case, we would have both differential expression within the blue lineage, but also differential expression between the two lineages. So here are 5 types of tests that we have. 2 tests look at differential expression within a lineage, and these 3 tests look at differential expression between the lineages. So for example, if we have this pattern here, which is what we have here, we would have no differential expression within the orange lineage, no differential expression between the starting point and the end point of the orange lineage, but we would have differential expression for the blue lineage. And here we would also conclude that the blue and the orange lineage have differential expression between them. So these different scenarios are represented mathematically based on contrast for the regression coefficient of the NB gap. So we've applied trait-seq to the OE data. So again, this is our 3-dimensional, our 3D representation of our data based on principal components. We have the 3 lineages starting at HBCs, ending in cystentectular cells, microvillus cells, and neurons. This is a more detailed, panel B is a more detailed schematic of the differential cell types, different cell types that we have in the OE. Panel C is looking at differential expression within the neuronal lineage. So this is a heat map of the top 200 genes that are associated with the neuronal lineage. And you can see that, so rows again correspond to genes, columns to cells. And we've done hierarchical clustering of the rows of the genes. And we can see that this gives us 5 clear gene clusters that have different regions of activity during the developmental process. In panel D, we're looking at between lineage differential expression. And I've only shown you here 4 of the genes that came up as being differentially expressed between the different lineages. And these actually correspond to 4 transcription factors that are known to be involved in epithelial cell differentiation.
I'm sorry, Ross, it's about 3 minutes next.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up very quickly then. Thanks for giving me the time. So this latest method that we've developed is now looking at differential expression for lineage inference, but now when we have multiple conditions. So for example, you would be looking at cells that differentiate in treated or untreated animals, or in different types of organs. So it's basically an extension of trait-seq that we've used here. It's called condiments. And we approach this trajectory inference across multiple conditions in 3 steps. The first step addresses whether we should fit a common trajectory across conditions. The second step looks at global differences between conditions. So we have a test for differential progression, where you allow the cells to progress at different rates within a lineage, but also we have a test for differential fate selection, where you allow the cells to migrate differentially or in differential proportion between the lineages for different conditions. And finally, we extend trait-seq to look at which genes have different expression patterns between the conditions. So this is, I'll end with this slide then. And this is an illustration of what this Kahneman's method does. So each column corresponds to a particular scenario. It's a cartoon, a schematic. We have two conditions, a control and a knockout condition. And in this first column, the two conditions are identical, basically. So you would fit the same trajectory to the control and the knockout condition. The cells progress at the same rates along the trajectories. They differentiate in the same proportion between the two lineages. So it would be identical. In this second column, the second example, again, the blue and the orange cell have the same topology, but they progress at different rates along the different lineages. Here, the knockout cells tend to progress faster in both branches, but there's no differential fate selection because you have about the same proportion of cells in the two lineages. This third example, again, we have the same topology for the lineages. In the top lineage, the control and the knockout cells have similar behavior, but here in the bottom lineage, there's more rapid progression of the control cells. So we would have differential progression. And in this scenario, we also have differential fate selection because the knockout cells tend to go on the top lineage and the control cells tend to go in the bottom lineage. And finally, the fourth scenario, we would have differential topology because the control and treated cell have different trajectories. So I won't have time to go through the details of this, but I'd be happy to share my slides with you, and I'll end with a list of the R packages that we've developed to implement the methodology. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be glad to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Judd, for very interesting material on this presentation. Actually, I will ask you, but I will give a question for participant, or maybe just my curiosity, Prof. The RNA and then you try to write down in the table, yeah, and then have a very much row, and there are a lot of columns that you say is 1,000 and 1,000 columns. That even though you have already answered why should use normalization, yeah, and at the end you said that use ensemble learning. That I think this is use machine learning, yeah. So there is to I mean use the conventional assumption in the statistic, and you use the machine learning that use k-fold cross validation. Is it okay that use two of them in the one research project?
Yeah, I think, I mean, they're all connected. I mean, this is something that's really typical of these data. There are many, many steps, and you've already mentioned that, right? Like you start with preprocessing, then you have some clustering, then you have some differential expression, and so on and so forth. So if we wanted to really be completely rigorous and validate the whole analysis, we probably would have to cross-validate the whole thing, right? And make sure. So ultimately what we do, I should have said that from the beginning, is that a lot of these studies are kind of hypothesis generating. And ultimately we go back, there's a constant dialogue between my group and the biologists, and they validate the results experimentally by follow-up experiment. We could do, I mean, you could cross-validate certain aspects of the process, but it would be to find the right metric to use in the cross-validation would be pretty tricky. Yeah.
And I heard about the UC Berkeley already use automatic statistician there, Prof.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, sorry.
They have already built the machine learning automatic, yeah, they call the automatic statistician. that we only put the data and then set the training set and the test set, and they will give the result of supervised or unsupervised learning, and they give the best model for it. It
Right.
can be used this machine.
I think it could be applied to some of these problems. It really, it'd have to, we do it on a case-by-case basis. So depending on the biologist's question, then you could use a range of method, but that's certainly part of the toolbox that we would consider using. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, Prof. You give to the participant. Is there already question in the chat from Dina Tri Utari? I would like to ask to Prof. Sandrine first, how much the cost would be to set up bioinformatic research facilities for statistic department?
Oh, that's a tough question. It really depends, right? So in terms of bioinformatics for a statistics department, what you need are computing equipment, right? And researchers, the salaries of researchers. So I don't have a good answer to that. What I can say though is maybe that gives you a sense. My group, my students have laptops, we probably MacBooks typically. And then we also use cloud computing and cluster computing provided on campus. So that's the type of computing level we have. So I don't have an exact dollar amount for that, but it's a combination of computing on your own machine and then clusters that we use from the university and cloud computing.
So it needs a high performance computing for this?
Yes, we use the university has high performance computing facilities. Yes.
Okay.
It's provided by university and we sign up for it. And our department also has a cluster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the second is for undergraduate levels of statistics students, what courses should be provided for them to have a research or final project in bioinformatics?
That's a really good question. Bioinformatics is interdisciplinary. So it's important to have expertise in the different components of it. So I would say the answer in bioinformatics, you have people of two main backgrounds. You would have people like me who comes more with statistics expertise. So students in my group will take statistics courses, applied statistics, machine learning, statistical computing. But I also highly encourage them to go take some biology courses so that they're able to have conversations with biologists and understand the language of biology. But their expertise is really more on the statistics side. So I would say applied statistics, machine learning, statistical computing. The students on the biology side that do a lot of data analysis, so we'll have a lot of courses in molecular biology and so on and so forth. And then we also recommend that they take some courses in statistics, not necessarily at a PhD level, but in statistics and stack computing. So I feel like it's important to have depth in at least one of the component areas, like whether it's statistics, computing, or biology, and then have enough in the other areas so that you're able to collaborate effectively as a team and understand each other. So in other words, what I'm saying is no single person can solve these problems. So all the work that I've presented is team effort where we have statisticians, computer scientists, and biologists that come together and work on the same problem, different aspects of the same problem. That's a really important question to how do we train people, right? Yeah.
So this interdisciplinary field,
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Prof. Dutot, that we saw a lot of theory in your presentation. So how about make a simple thing in the real life about your research, saying that it can cure the cancer or something like that?
The hope, this is, you start with small steps towards a big problem. So this is my colleague John Nye does basic research on the mouse olfactory epithelium. It's kind of like a divide and conquer approach, right? Instead of saying I'll be able to solve right away all these neural diseases, his approach was to focus on a model organism, an organism he knows very well, and make progress there. And then it's essentially a translational science approach, right? You start with a simple problem, and then that's like a building block to a more complex problem. So eventually the goal is for him is to find prevention methods and cures for diseases like Alzheimer's disease, for example. And it's by doing basic research like that in systems that you understand better, that you'll be able to with the collective knowledge, solve problems related to the complex disease like cancer or Alzheimer's. But not in one step. It's like divide and conquer approach, right?
Yeah, this good the small step to go there. And then it's a question from the chat book from Ayun. How to interpret the cluster visualization using dendrogram? Yeah, because it is so dense. Is there any visualization to make it more simple?
Yeah, you know, when you have high dimensional data with many clusters, it's not obvious, right? So you can maybe look at different levels of resolution. Start with the top level hierarchy of the clusters. Instead of doing all the rows where we have hundreds or thousands of genes, you might look at representatives of the gene clusters, like medoids, for example. So then you have fewer rows, only represented genes. So it's yeah. So just look at you know, higher level structure, and then eventually you might want to zoom in to the finer level structure. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Joy, I think this is very limited time to discuss a lot of things about your research, but we are very interested with your research. Maybe for the next, we can discuss more about this, Prof. Joy.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the questions from the audience, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this seminar. Yeah, I would like to thank to the speakers for their informative and very interesting presentation, and all the participants for their very active participation. Nevertheless, before we closing, we should recite Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Thank you very much for your great attention, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we can applaud to the speaker and all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Raden Bagus Fajriah Hakim, for running the session very well. And of course, a great appreciation is addressed to our speakers for the inspiring presentation. And we also do apologize for any technical error or problem during the plenary session 1 to all the participants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this, together we will see the handing over of certificates by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences to the keynote speakers and also to the moderator of Plenary 1 session. And now we would like to invite the keynote speakers, Professor Fatul Wahid, Professor Sandrina, and we also would like to invite our moderator of the Plenary 1 session, Dr. Raden Bagus Fajriah Hakim. And now, please welcome Mr. Thoriqul Huda MSc. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Mila. Firstly, I would like to thank the keynote speakers and moderator who have delivered material seminar in the third international seminar on science and technology 2021 today. As an appreciation, we will give certificate to keynote speakers. The first certificate we will give to Professor Fatul Wahid from Universitas Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Rector. And then the second certificate we will give to Professor Sandrine Dudoy from Department of Statistics, University of California, USA, as the second keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Prof. Sandrine. And the third certificate we will give to Dr. Radet Bagus Fajriya Hakim as moderator, keynote speaker today from Department of Statistics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Hakim. Once again, we thanks the keynote speaker and moderator. The last time is returned to Master of Ceremony, Mbak Mila. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Torik, and once again, thank you to the speakers and also our plenary one session moderator. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, we are now proceeding to the next item of today's agenda, that is the plenary 2 session. And this session will be chaired by Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati Mohzain from Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. So to Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati Mohzain, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Thank you for the kind introduction. Respectable Chairman and Organizing Committee of 3rd ISSTEC 2021, Honorable UII Director Professor Fatul Wahid, Honorable Deans Professor Rianto and Professor Farida Zuraina, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, dearest colleagues and ISSTEC participants. I am Zaini Muhammad Zain from Faculty of Applied Sciences, UiTM Shah Alam. Indeed, very delighted and honored to moderate this plenary session. And my heartfelt gratitude to ISSTEC 2021 organizer for inviting me to moderate this session. Welcome, selamat datang and sawadikap everyone. Today we are honored to have with us today Professor Dr. Wirasa Saran Runchai. I've met our distinguished speaker 5 years ago during his visit to UiTM Malaysia and has been following and learning his great innovation and scientific discoveries ever since. Associate Professor Dr. Wirasa Saran Runchai is the head of Sensor Technology Lab at King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Bangkok, Thailand. He also holds the position of Chair of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology Graduate Program and the Director of Futuristic Research Group. His research is centered around biosensors, electro-analytical chemistry, bio-nanotechnology, and biodigital. He has an impressive academic records, many research articles, including chapters in books. He's currently granted 5 and has been issued 8 patents, not only in Thailand, but also in USA and China. He is the founder of 2 spin-off companies. First is the Quasense, which is commercializing custom-made thin film-based electrodes and electrochemical devices. And second, SpaceZ, the space-related products and services company in Thailand. Wonderful. Our keynote speaker received the Thailand Outstanding Technologies Award in 2016, Outstanding Research Awards from Thailand Research Fund in 2013, and Agriculture Research and Development Agency in 2015. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Professor Wirasa to deliver his lecture.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Right. So today, I would like to share you on my work on biosensors and chemical sensors. So we know that at the present day, is a source of the from digital transformations. Now we got to think about the digital enhancement, right? And first of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for the talk, for the invited. So my talk, I would say I would have two separate parts. One is the work that I have done on biosensors and chemical sensors during the last decade, and then I would talk about how I move on to the digital aspect. I was in Yogyakarta in 2004, and since then I never back again. But somehow I went to the several places in East Java, but not in Yogyakarta. I pretty miss the land, either the volcano or the things that happened in Yogyakarta quite a long time ago. And so let me introduce a bit my laboratories. We are an interdisciplinary research lab, mainly working on sensors. There's a bit on alternative energies, and for the sensors is we want to break through something how to get the biosignal or what. Or we can say in terms of the digital age, that is data acquisitions. We do sensors, let's say from soil to space to medical, and also from farm to food. Those sensors can be applied. Basically, we try to build up a new platform for the detection system using either any analytical techniques from electrochemistry to optical technique, and also other things that relate to the sensors. Right. So before I'm going to talk about the digital enhancement, I would say during the last almost 2 decades, we do quite focus on something which is sensitivity. The first thing is sensitivity. The second thing is how to simultaneous or multiplexing system, and eventually we have to devices. It's become a systems. Actually, there are people who work on sensors, either bio or chemical sensors. They may looking at the stability, they may looking at the specificity or selectivity, and so many parameters or so many performances or characteristics. But somehow my group during since 2003, we focus on just only sensitive, because at the time we know that the competitions in terms of the academic platform of the sensors, we aim to how to get the better sensitivity. When we're talking about the sensitivity, if you are chemist or any other areas, we may think about the molar, I mean, in terms of concentration, molar, millimolar, micromolar. But in terms of the sensors, somehow we really want to get down the limit of detection down to the, let's say, attomolar or centomolar. Attomolar, that is the power of minus 18. So if we think about the number of the DNA base pair is maybe just about 2,000 base pair in 1 microliters. There's a lot of ways to do that, but I would give you some example what we do with the sensitivity and then follow with the simultaneous or multiplexing system and also systems devices. But it's very short. I'm not going to the detail of them because it's you can find in the literature. Basically, when we want to achieve, for example, DNA sensors or immunosensors, we are going to talk about the per event binding or hybridization. Per single event, we want to have a signal. We want to try to get the signal, and then the way we can do that is amplify the signal. The way that we can do, we can use the source of the micro or nanoparticles. In my work, in our work, we deal with the metal nanoparticles from gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, also copper nanoparticles. Because those particles, they are something like the electroactive species as well. So that means you can undergo oxidation or reduction to produce the signal. For example, if instead of you use you're looking at this cartoon, if you have the DNA and you have the DNA, one is a probe, one is a target, and then you normally people, they just put only a single, for example, gold particles. So you can perform the electrochemistry of the gold ions when you dissolve it, and then you can get the signal. But somehow, if you incorporate with the polymer base, like the polystyrene or what we call the latex, it's maybe micro sizes, and then you can have a lot of metal nanoparticles that you can perform electrochemistry. So that means per binding event, the number of the nanoparticles is going to be a lot, and then you can have a signal amplifications. This is, for example, apart from particles like the metal or polymer, it can be a silica particle, magnetic particle. Yeah, a lot of people, they use the magnetic particles because they want to pre-concentrate the species or the DNA or the protein, the antigen, whatever, to become the more and more, and then you can perform. And also we do with the what they call the DNA barcode. That means the short span of the DNA quite a lot, maybe surround onto the polymer base, and then you can put a lot of the silver nanoparticle because it's the chart interaction between the DNA and the cations of the silver, and then you can perform the electrochemistry. Yeah, but that is a general, basically we have done for the sensitivity. Apart from particle, which is the micro or nanoparticle, we also working on we can also working on the carbon nanostructure, like the carbon nanotubes. If you imagine, if you familiar with the technique of ELISA, and then ELISA, you tag the maybe second antibody with the enzyme. It's just a single molecule. So if you put a lot of substrate, you can't produce a lot of signal because the limitation of the enzyme, number of the enzyme. But if you have the structure of the carbon nanotubes or graphene or whatever to tag onto the secondary antibody, so that means you can put a lot of things, maybe enzymes, maybe the electroactive species compound along with the carbonyl or graphene. So you can have the more signal. That is the way also amplification of the signal. This is for example. So you can work with the carbon nanotubes, you can work with the graphene or carbon or carbon nanostructures, these kind of things. And also from the sensitivities, we are going back to why we just want to measure just a single species. Why don't we measure several other things at the same time, simultaneous, become a simultaneous or multiplex detection. In this case, we can use the dye, either the organic or inorganic dye. Inorganic dyes can be a source of the quantum dots, zinc, lead, cadmium sulfide. Those species, they are stable longer than the organic compound. So and also they can perform the electrochemistry. Or in case of organic dye, we incorporate with the, in this case, we incorporate with the DNA nanostructures. And then if we have three colors of the organic dyes, in this case, maybe 5, 3, 5, 5, or whatever, or the red color from the Texas red, and then you have the DNA structure become like the scissors and between twister, and you have the hinge, and the hinge can bind to the target. When it's binding, it pull off the hinge, and then the fluorescence dye and the quenchers is come together, and then the signal, this fluorescence signal disappears, and then we can perform the optical technique to see simultaneous of the three species. For example, we can do actually we do 4 or 5 species at the same time. And also, if you are an electrochemist like me, we can do using the redox mediator, because the redox mediator, they can tag or they combine to the others the analyze, maybe 4 or 5 analyze. In this case, we do with the 4 analyze for the F5N1 influenza, H1N1, H3N2 at the same time. So we can produce the 3 or 4 peaks from the different species that we are interested for electrochemical detection. That's what we do for the multiplex detections. And come to the system integration to become the devices. We can do from microfluidic chips. We can do from lateral flow devices. We can do finally we can do more popular right now is paper-based detections, and I would talk about a bit about paper-based detection. Actually, this work is a PhD student, Dr. Probo, one of the UII faculty staff. We do for NS1 protein that is a source of a high sensitive identity diagnostic. We can use the fabricate the papers test kit, and then the signal is come out using the in this case using the gold nanoparticles, and then we can observe by eyes, or we can use the camera the camera from mobile phone to construct the calibration curve for the NS1 protein. So if you are interested, that work, for example, discussed with the Dr. Pro, one of the UII faculty staff. This is, for example, we have done. And come to the digital, when we think of the agriculture, we try to think about it's not just only the measuring the humidity, weather, temperature. There's a lot of chemicals, for example, fertilizer, pH of soil or water or whatever. And then somehow we want to use the data from the sensors to become the IoT. And then if we can compute the data set using the machine learning, so we can predict what the property of the land or soil that is suitable for growing any kind of the plants we want. And so that means we want to transform digital, not just transform, we want to enhance it as well. And the other, this is a sort of our questions, and somehow we work on such things as well. And we have the question as well, because when I noticed my fellows or my students, they are when they do sensors, they have to use the electrode, they have to use the solution, buffer, salt, or whatever, and equipment. And then I raised a question, for the digital age, why we need a sensor, why we need the solution, why not? That has come to me. I'm thinking about everyone should have their own sensor. They never has to buy it. And they can use it anywhere and anytime. And the third thing is no need to deal with any chemicals. And that is the thing. We think a smartphone right now is become a great device. We know that there's several sensors in the smartphone. We can use those kind of things as well. So the idea that was 5 years ago, 5 years ago, come out with the project, and that is right now is in Thailand. That is we want to monitor electric scalar or white eye for personal care of the people who has the bile duct cancer or cholangiocarcinoma or jaundice related diseases. We don't want to use it for diagnosis, but we want to use it for following up. You imagine the people who has a problem with the liver, kidney, or bile ducts. They would have the problem. They would the body can respond those organs with the yellow skin or jaundice, but the yellow skin is easy to observe with the white eyes or extrascalar. And why we can use the smartphone to detect by themselves, but not actually detect by, I mean, okay, people who live in the remote area, they have to spend 1 or 2 days to go to the central hospital after that treatment to follow up the diseases, how progressive are the diseases. Rather to go to the hospital, they can selfie themselves, and the signal can transform to the doctor to see. And in this case, we have to integrate the technique of the image analysis and also machine learning or AI to see the correlation with the blood bilirubin, particularly people who has the jaundice related disease. They have to measure the bilirubin in blood rather to go to the hospital and invasive for the blood and weight, and then see the result. So the smartphone become the great machine, and then we can apply the AI and image analysis to monitor the progressive of the diseases. This is for example, we have done in terms of healthcare and medical. But somehow, if we think about the several parameters we can't perform by smartphone or by camera, there's several other things. Is come out with the idea, which is my group are doing capsaicin detections, and then the capsaicin detection, we don't want to use the companies. They just not want just only use in the factories. They want to use on table as well, particularly for the people who want to looking at the value of the spiciness. So we can fabricate sensors. We can have the potent chipset here, and we can have a smartphone, and so we can perform the if we put tom yum, we put the tom yum liquid onto the sensors, and then you can have the spiciness of the tom yum. And this idea eventually it become what we think the sensor and the devices can be printable, for example, in these figures, and it can be integrated with the smartphone. The energy for the sensors, it can use the near frequency communications, which is you don't need to have the battery for the sensors. So we can use the battery for power from the smartphone when you attach together. Yeah, and then meanwhile the digital, we have a mobile apps. We can have the Internet of Things. We can have the machine learning or AI to predict rather than the actual value. Eventually, if you have several parameters or several data sets, and then it's come out to us to make something which is the sensor can be personalized, quantitative, cast-side, battery-free, and can apply using the measure by mobile apps, and we come out with the urine analysis. Instead of we make the urinalysis for diagnostic the failure of organs or whatever, we use it for follow up it's similar to the blood glucose detections. It's just a follow up the disease, and then it becomes the telemedicine eventually. And in this case, so this is what we construct. It becomes a smart card. It's a card, and inside the card we have the electronic circuits, which is the potential chip, and then we have a smartphone can perform the signal. We have the sensor or electrode, so we can follow up the amount of urea, uric acid, ketone, creatinine, glucose, bilirubin, albumin, and so on, many other things. And usually it's become the non-invasive. So that means the patients or the illness, the people, they can use it personalized usually. You may interested the circuit right now, electronic circuit, it can be something which is the potential set become a small chip like this. The sensors can be here. Meanwhile, we can have the antenna, which is an NFC to communicate with the smartphone. this is the idea what we have done. And I give you some examples. For example, if we want to measure the urea, so we can modify the sensors or electrode with the silver. In this case, it's a screen printed carbon electrode. We can use the silver to characterize the urea, and then we can have the signal, and then you can calibrate it. Or it can give you another idea. Conjugated blueprint is just check the modification material at the working electrode of a carbon screen printed electrode, and then we can construct the calibration curve, and then we can use it for the real sample usually. That's an example. And actually, we do with the creatinine in urine, but also we try to think about the creatinine as the model to looking at, to apply the digital IoT or AI. In this case, we do with the saliva, which is we can perform the creatinine. In this case, we just using the technique of host-gas interaction, we can construct the polymers. In this case, it is a Nafion membrane with the polyacrylic gel, which is with the cupric ions. And then we can have the Q plus oxide nanoparticle to determine the creatinine in saliva. And so you may, in terms of the electrochemistry or sensors thing, you need to have the current that is, in this case, come from the electron. So we have to think how electron is conformed. We support the three possible pathway, but I'm not going to the detail much. For example, the oxidation of there's a Q plus and creatinine is formed because of host and gas, and then it can oxidize to become the cupric creatinine and give the electron. And meanwhile, there's several ways. There's another two ways in this case because it's in the protonic solution. So we support that there might be electron transfer between the acidic solution here, or otherwise at the membrane by the sulfonate flow. But usually we have to prove it by several means of the cyclic volumetry, differential power intensity, or EIS. And from urine, saliva, and sweat, because we try to move forward to do it variable sensors. In this case, we want to make the human sweat. So that means it's on-body epidermal sensors. And then the sensor, where the sensor is integrated with the tactiles and can continuous diagnosis during the normal day-to-day activity, because we think creatinine is related to the sweat, the people as well. And then we can integrate with the IoT as the augmented diagnostic tool. And this is the chemical that modify to the electrode, and then I'm not going to the detail. Right. And then we integrate with the tactiles, and also we can have the power sensors, which is commercially available, and then we use our chemical sensors to perform step. And then we can mock the situation with the, for example, exercise outdoor, planting outdoor, leading indoor exercise in a hot confined room, and then we have the we can construct the a data set. One data set is a PM 255, temperature, and also the creatinine cell, and then we can find out this, the relationship with the stress. And also we put the heart rate monitoring, and eventually we to use the AI or machine learning to predict it, we can have the data set, which is a concentration of creatinine from our sensor, from and also PM2.5 location and heart rate, and eventually we can see how stress people's in at mocking situation. That's the way we do from urine, tear, urine, saliva, sweat, and we also doing with tears, and the chemical using the chemical used is quite different, but somehow it's along with the electron transfer along with the copper ions, which I'm not going to the detail. But in this case, we integrate the sensor with the cotton fiber, and then it can perform the electrochemistry, how it's performed, and then we can comprise it with the glass eyeglasses, and then we can compare with the serum creatinine with the tier to serum and tear. We can compare it, and then we can say about the kidney state as well, not just only the last word is about the stress, but this is a kidney situation, right? And also in Thailand or in many countries, we are listening to the aging society. So rather to make it, we think about the diapers that installed with the several sensors, including the chemical sensors, and then we can perform the illness or the progressive of the elderly or the bedridden eventually. And the technique, we can screen print onto the diaper because it's a paper-based as well. And then the way we can perform is just electrochemistry or colorimetry. And also there's several other sensors in the smartphone which we can integrate with. Right. Okay, I'm going to finish my conclusion with my work during the almost 2 decades. We do sensors for sensing, sensors for controlling, and usually sensors for data, because we know that data is new always. And if we can have a new sensor, we can have a lot of data, and the data can be value. And this is we treat it in digital transformation era. And this is my actually I have the Indonesian alumni, almost a master and PhD, almost 10 of them. And yeah, and this is Dr. Prabowo of UAI. Some they can come for internship, some doing a PhD, master degree, and also usually we can form up the projects, collaboration. For example, we do the ASEAN EU project with Germany, and which is still going on, right? And that's it. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my team. We have from master student to postdoc and also researcher and research assistants, almost 30 people, and sometimes it's 11 nations. Is the atmosphere is quite good. And also thank to these grant supporters and private sector. And thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Wirasa, for a very enlightened lecture. Indeed, census is very important in a digital era now. So any questions and feedback from the participants, you can type in the chat box. There's one question from Mr. Wigoyo. Thank you, Prof, for the nice talk. I want to ask, what are the future trends and challenges in the field of sensors and biosensors? The second question, how to strategize in obtaining the double electrode for sensor with high stability, particularly when we do the electrode modification with the biological material or nanomaterial?
Right. Okay. Thanks. Good questions. Actually, I would come to the second one first. And actually, I mentioned sometime I don't care much about the stability, particularly in the sense of the work in medicine, because it is about the commercial and marketing things. You have a very stable sensors, so you can't found the company and then sell it. So I try to do something which is a throwaway, but it's going to be cheap sensors. And yeah, there are some other things that need stable. But in case it's stable, I'm not going to looking at the biomaterials, either DNA or protein or enzymes. I'm looking at the chemical material instead, or even if you're looking at the my capsaicin sensors, which is like even without modification much, but it costs less than 1/3 of US dollar. So I think it's worth for them to throw away rather than to calibrate it for better work. So that's I'm thinking. The first question: what are the future trends and challenge in the field? Oh, yeah, I think if you're looking at the SARS-CoV-2, yeah, the future trend, we got to looking at the gold standard. How come you can transform the gold standard to be your sensors, and your sensor become gold standard in the future? You can imagine, yeah. That is the way, and also a lot of people, they are working on the IoT, Internet of Things, but the sensor they use is mostly the physical sensors, or not many chemical sensors, but there's still a lot of rooms. Yes. For example, if you want to make the organic farming, you can't use such a physical sensors, but you need to use the pesticide sensors to control it. If you're looking at the IoT, for example, the paddy rice, you want to control it to become the organic rice, but somehow you can't control the soil, but you got to control the water, which is a natural water. If the water is running out from other places contained with the pesticide, how to make the sensor for pesticide to close and open the sluice gate or the water gate before running to the farm. This is for example. There's several challenge work to do.
That's true.
We're also looking at the new things always. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the answer. Any other questions? Yeah, we cannot like compare with the gold standard to make sensors, but make sure that your sensor is sensible to be used on site or on field. Thank you, Prof, for the insightful answer. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wigoyo. I believe that the capsaicin sensor can be used in Jakarta for their sambal. For your sensor, Prof, if we develop a glucose sensor, is it better for us to use the enzymatic sensor or non-enzymatic sensor? What do you think?
So actually, if I were you, I'm not going to use the enzymes.
Yes.
Because a lot of enzymes in the market for glucose enzyme-based glucose, but somehow, and you use the glucose sensors not for diagnosis the diseases, but you use it for follow-up. You don't need to have the really precise data of glucose. Even you have the value of the glucose, but when you go to the hospital, they have to test with the
machine, yes.
Yeah,
the HPLC, yes.
Step as well for in your blood as well.
Yes.
So that means if I were you, I would think about the non-invasive, very stable. It's become the smartwatch, the smartwatch. Put in your watch. Yes. And eventually become the lifestyle sensors, not for patients.
Agree.
Right. There's a lot of non-invasive right now, non-invasive glucose sensors using the optical techniques. Right. But reliability, I'm not pretty sure.
One important question for me. You have your startup company, the Quasense. How much funding did you get to build the company?
Actually, we use the infrastructure in the university because and it found in 2011. At the time, we use a lot of the screen printed electrode, and we work with the screen printed electrode for more than 10 years. The technology itself is not complicated at the time. And we think why we have to buy from other companies in Spain or in Europe. Yes. And it's because we use a lot, and then we make it, and then we sell to other people in Thailand or in Singapore, in Indonesia as well, and some Malaysian use our product.
Yes. Yes.
And meanwhile, yeah. For example, when we license the technique, the sensing technique, but we didn't license the sensors fabrications. We still use a percent to produce the sensors. We just license the technique, but somehow they cannot. And the screen printing technique, the computerized control one is cost about maybe 500 rupees. No, 500,000 ringgit, I think. About, but now we have the roll-to-roll machine. We can produce more, and it can work on the flexible substrate like the papers or plastic, flexible plastic.
So great. Wish I could. We all have to visit Dr. Wirasat's lab in Thailand. I think with that, we come to the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to congratulate Dr. Wirasat by activate the reaction button with the thumbs up and clap button. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Wirasat, for your nice sharing. And to ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation and all the best in the future work. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hand over the
Thank you
session
very
to the
much
MC.
to Dr. Zainah Haryati for chairing the session. And of course, thank you very much to the speaker, Professor Wirasa, for enlightening his presentation. And it seems that everyone in this conference is very enthusiastic to listen to your inspiring presentation. Once again, thank you very much. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, after this, together we will see the handing over of the certificates by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia, to the keynote speaker and also to the moderator of the plenary 2 session. And now we would like to invite the keynote speaker, Professor Wirasak, and also we would like to invite the moderator of the plenary 2 session, Professor Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati Mohsen. And now please welcome Mr. Thorikul Huda MSc. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Mila. For second time, we would like to thank the keynote speaker and moderator who have delivered material seminar in the third International on Science and Technology. We will also give you certificate as an appreciation for the committee. The next certificate will give to Associate Professor Dr. Wirasak Sarunce from Department of Biotechnology, King Mangkut University of Technology, Tunbori, Thailand. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Wirasak. And next, the certificate we will give to Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati binti Muhammad Zain as moderator, keynote speaker from Applied Science Faculty, UITM. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati binti Muhammad Zain. Thank you very much. The time is I am returned to MC. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Torik MSc, for presenting the certificates. And once again, thank you to the speaker and our moderator of plenary 2 session. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will have for about 50 minutes break before we come to the parallel session. But before that, I would like to inform you some informations. The first, we would like to invite all the participants to go to the Google Classroom for the poster slide show. And please, by entering the platform of the Google Classroom with the code that already displayed in the screen. And then for the next information, all ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to join in the same Zoom link at 12:15 because we need time to assign to the breakout room. And please rename by the format as displayed in the screen. And after that, we would like to also inform you for the presenters. Please join to the invited speaker session and the information as displayed in the screen. And for the participants, you can join based on the interest. And for the presenters, if it is possible after your presentation, you also can join to the breakout room based on the interest. And you can move from the breakout room after your presentation. And then for the next information, we kindly inform you that after the breakout room session, please leave the room and join the main Zoom because we still have the agenda of plenary 3 session. And after that, continued with the awarding for the best poster and also for the best presenter. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, that's all from me for the informations, and have a nice break. And please make sure that you are already in the Zoom at 12:15 and the session starts at 12:30. Thank you very much. The last for me, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021. And after this, we would like to proceed to the next item of our today's agenda, that is the invited session. So please, to the presenters, kindly use the format or rename your Zoom profile with the format that already displayed in the screen. And after this, please join to the breakout room by accepting by the invitation or by manually choose the room. And for the participants, you can choose the room based on your interests.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say welcome back to the main room. And now we're still in the third international seminar on Science and Technology 2021. We are now proceeding to the next item of today's agenda, that is the plenary 3 session. And chairing this session is Dr. Ismaniza Ismail from Universiti Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. So now, please welcome Dr. Ismaniza Ismail. The screen is yours. I'm sorry, Dr. Ismaniza. Yeah, maybe you can unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all of you. Okay, I'm very delighted today that we are going to have another plenary session with Professor Dr. Parvez Harris. Okay, but before I invite him to the virtual page, okay, let me share with you a little bit of the rules for this session. Professor Harris will be giving his talk for for the first half an hour, and then there will be a 15-minute of Q&A. The Q&A session. You can put in any questions of your interest in the chat box, or you can also turn on your mic during the session and ask questions. All right. So some of you might wonder, who is Professor Parvez Harris? Let me share a little bit of his background. Okay, Professor Parvez Harris is actually a professor of biomed science. Okay, he is a head of biomedical and environmental health group at the Faculty of Health and Life Sciences in Montfort University. Okay, he is also the chair of biomedical science at the same university, Leicester, UK. And he served as the head of research for the School of Allied Health Sciences for many years. He's been elected as a fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry and a fellow of the Royal Society for Public Health. Okay, hence, if you can see his name, is followed by FRSC and FRSPH. Okay, and he is also engaged in research at the interface of chemistry, life, health, and environmental sciences. Okay, that's a very wide range of multidisciplinary research. So a little bit of his background, of how he became who he is today. Well, after gaining a first-class bachelor undergrad honors degree, Prof. Harris was awarded a scholarship by the UK Science and Engineering Research Council to study for a PhD in biochemistry at the Royal Free Hospital School of Medicine, University of London. That the scholarship involved link with industry, and he conducted research on a medically important drug molecule and its interaction with enzymes. His project involved application of spectroscopic techniques for molecular analysis and drug discovery. Very interesting, right? Well, after completing his PhD, Prof. Harris carried out research for 7 years as a postdoc fellow, partially funded by the Wellcome Trust at the Royal Free Hospital School of Medicine. And towards the end, he joined the De Montfort University as a lecturer in 1996. So that's been a long time. And his research training by Professor Dennis Chapman helped him to engage in both basic and applied research and develop a truly interdisciplinary scientist. So that's why you can see that he has a lot of knowledge in various fields that is interrelated somehow. His research expertise has been widely used in both academia and in industry, and has been particularly used by pharmaceutical companies and agro-food industries. He's been funded by his university to develop an anti-cancer drug based on a natural product, and a patent has been filed. His research includes the analysis of elements and molecules in living systems and the environment, with particular emphasis on addressing global challenges. So Prof. Harris has published hundreds of scientific articles. Maybe you have read one of them at least, and has co-edited 5 books. And he is one of the top 100,000 of the most highly cited scientists in the world. Wow. Okay, based on a study of 7 million scientists from around the world. Okay, so a big round of applause to him. Also a pioneer in the application of FTIR spectroscopy and is internationally respected for his work in protein and food science. Furthermore, his research group uses mass spectroscopy, spectrometry-based methods for analysis of trace elements and their species in human tissues and food samples. Right, he has also developed a biomaterial-based method for removal of arsenic from water. So the research finding has been used by major national and international organizations, okay, such as US EPA, UN, WHO, FAO, Public Health England, UK Food Standards Agency, and so on. Okay. Prof. Harris has received numerous awards for his contribution in research and teaching, including an Oscar Award for Excellence in Research and Innovation by his university, and the UKBCCI Award for Business Innovation. He has secured research funding from major organizations, including the European Union, EPSRC, BBSRC, and the British Council. So no doubt we have a great speaker for this plenary session. Well, we do have some ideas that plants produce a wide range of different compounds. Okay, everybody knows that some are good for health, but some are poisonous. And some can also be beneficial, not only to conserve the environment. So without further ado, let's hear how plants can be chemical factories for tackling human diseases and environmental pollution. So please welcome Prof. Parvez Harris.
Can everyone see me and the slides?
Yes, very clear, sir.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the introduction. And it's quite embarrassing listening to all this, but thank you. And I would like to start by, thanking the organizers for inviting me as a speaker at this exciting conference, very interesting conference actually. And I'm sorry that I could not take part in all of the lectures and so on because of the time difference. It's 8 o'clock, just past 8 o'clock this morning in the UK. So today's presentation, as the moderator just said, is about plants and using them for tackling human diseases and environmental pollution. So I'd like to thank you all for attending this presentation. And to begin with, I always like to start off with an acknowledgement. The reason for that is that we should always acknowledge our background, always thank the people who were behind us in different ways. And here, because I'm making a scientific presentation, I think it's important for me to acknowledge the scientist who was behind my development. And the important point, I think, that everyone should keep in mind, I think, is that no scientist develops in a vacuum, but is a product of their environment and what they learned from their parents, family, friends, strangers, teachers, colleagues, and students. And for me, my PhD supervisor, Professor Dennis Chapman here, as you can see his picture, is showing Prince Charles, who is the son of the Queen of the UK, Queen Elizabeth. He's showing him the structure of a phospholipid molecule because he was using lipids to develop novel biocompatible materials. So biocompatibility was one of the aspects of his research. So I was working in the lab with him at that time and looked at lipids and membranes and proteins and their interactions using different techniques. So he was a man who always advised me that I should not just use one technique. Whenever a new technique would emerge in the marketplace, or even him developing a new technique, you would say, try this and compare it with the existing technique. So do not rely on just one technique. So he was really a scientist who believed in interdisciplinary research. He believed in using different technologies from different disciplines in order to address a problem. And the reason for this, I think we have a lot of young scientists in this conference. And I think this nice story of the 6 blind men and the elephant actually gives a very nice impression about how we should not look at a problem just from one angle. Here, what you have is 6 blind men feeling an elephant in different parts of the body of that animal. And you can see someone touches the ears and he says it's a fan. Someone touches, for example, his main background body, and you say it's a wall. Someone is touching his tail and is saying it's a rope. So everyone is looking at different segments of this animal, and they're all giving a different picture, but they are individually not giving the full picture, but the partial picture. When you combine all the information from the different men, you can get the image of the full, animal, the elephant. So basically, this is something that exists in different cultures. The same story exists in different cultures, and it is well known. And I think this is important in scientific research, because often we become obsessed with the technique that we have been using in our lab or our teachers have taught us, and we fear about using other technologies. And I think this is something we have to move away from and consider using different techniques from different disciplines, perhaps through collaboration, perhaps through talking with someone else in a neighboring lab or a neighboring university or another country even. So we need to go beyond becoming too focused on one technique and develop interdisciplinary research and using a multiple different techniques to tackle a problem. In this way, what happens is that you don't get the partial picture. So this is one message I want to give. And the problem that one of the problems that will be covered in this presentation today is about antibiotic resistant infections. That is has been a problem, and it seems like this is the latest news that we have from the UK that got released on the 17th of November 2021, that antibiotic resistance is going to be a big issue around the world, and also in Indonesia, where you are all based. Most of you are based, at least. There is a problem of antibiotic resistance. And I think 2 days ago, there was some discussions with the World Health Organization in Jakarta discussing about the antimicrobial resistance problem in Indonesia. So it's a problem everywhere. And especially after the COVID-19 lockdowns and shutdowns, when people come back to what you may refer to as normal way of living, where people will gather in shops, restaurants, and other places, what that will mean is that there will be more people passing on infections to each other, and then we'll have more influenza and flu and so on, and then people will be using more and more antibiotics. And as a matter of fact, the health officials are warning that we should avoid using antibiotics unless it is really needed. And here, I've given an example of Turkey and some of these other countries where this is a big issue, antibiotic resistance. And Turkey, for example, is taking steps to reduce antibiotic use and so on. Because in some countries, antibiotics are readily available. People can go to the pharmacy and get it. In the UK, you cannot. It is only prescribed by the doctors, and the doctors are now becoming more, sort of like cautious about prescribing antibiotics. So the thing is, antibiotic resistance is a big problem, and we need new antimicrobials. And so there are many ways of addressing the problem, and I won't go into all of these approaches. And one of the ways that you can do is look at naturally occurring substances. And here plants can become very useful. Plants have so many important substances in them, thousands and hundreds and thousands of chemicals, and there is so much potential there. And it's still, in my view, untapped resource. And principally, I think it's because most of the pharmaceutical companies, they do not have a huge interest in antibiotic development because of for commercial sort of benefit reason. And also many people avoid, many of the big pharmaceutical companies avoid doing work on naturally occurring plants and so on, because they will have difficulty getting patents, and therefore the money spent may not be returned in terms of income for their company. So unfortunately, we have a lot of untapped resource. In a country like Indonesia, you have such a huge variety of plants in your environment. Huge varieties. You have so many different islands, and some of them are isolated from the other. So you have different ecology and different, sort of environments, and all of these things provide opportunities for exploring new substances for different medical applications and so on. So this is something more needs to be done. And I think that is where perhaps the funding has to come from the governments, because if the private sector is not going to exploit them, then, we need other sources of funding. University researchers are doing research, but they are often not so well funded. And so they cannot really take a substance from a plant and produce a medicine and do all the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. So governments, I think, must come in, because if the pharmaceutical companies are not going to invest, then someone else has to invest. Otherwise, there is so much resource we have available that will get untapped. And so there are many ways. I don't want to go into the details here of producing antimicrobial peptides from various species, plants and animals, antibiotic peptides from breakdown of proteins, because proteins are big, molecules, and you can actually, get fragments from big proteins and try and produce antimicrobials from them. And then you can also do de novo design, where you produce a new sequence based on knowledge about what antimicrobial peptides are in terms of the structure, amino acid sequence, and design new antimicrobials based on antimicrobial peptides based on, for example, bioinformatics and proteomics analysis and so on. So this is focusing on antimicrobials in terms of peptides, because this is one of the areas that I have been working on, and even new antimicrobial strategy based on preventing infection rather than killing bacteria. In my view, killing is never a solution for any problem, whether it is, killing human beings or killing plants or killing animals, whatever it is. The way to address is prevention, and sort of preventing something from happening. So preventing the infection from happening. An infection has happened, then you prevent further deterioration by blocking the bacteria for doing more harm. So prevention is better than cure is an approach I think we need to apply more and more, as we must have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and understanding about the relationship between our environment and human interactions with nature. All of these things needs to be preserved so that we live in a harmonious way with our surroundings, with the plants and animals, and do not engage in massive destructions of the environmental environments that we have around us. So food as a medicine, I think, has become something so important in recent times, and in the UK and around the world, as a matter of fact. People have resorted to food in order to boost their immune system, or even attempt to sort of find a cure for COVID-19. So food became something in the limelight during this pandemic, in my view, more so than ever before. So the pandemic obviously has been tragic because it led to loss of so many lives, but it has also taught us many important things about our society, how people deal with big problems, and also to think about other ways of solving problems. And I think one of the things was food as medicine has become really prominent. And one example I want to give is honey. Honey is universally considered. So all cultures, irrespective of which continent you are in, what religion you have, what ethnicity or race you belong to, I think there is a consensus that honey is a medicine. And in the United Kingdom, the National Health Service, NHS, has actually approved honey, and the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, which is also known as NICE, which approves drugs for use in the UK, and the Public Health England, for example, have approved the use of honey as for cough instead of getting antibiotics. They want to reduce people from antibiotic resistance. So they're asking people to use food as medicine. So this is a progress. And I think this is important to notice and note, because the National Health Service is one of the biggest organization in the UK and maybe one of the biggest employers in the world in terms of number of people who work there. And so honey, not antibiotics, recommended for coughs. This is the message from the NHS in the UK. So this is positive. We are moving, and a mindset is change, that we don't have to always have pharmaceutical drugs to address our health issues. You can use existing natural materials that you have in Indonesia. Because of your beautiful environment that you have there, you have many different types of honey, and it's important to protect the bees and their environment so that you can continue to produce high quality honey. So food as medicine, as I said, cough, COVID-19 symptoms. I don't want to go into details. You can see the link here, but for managing COVID-19 symptoms, in the community, what they're suggesting is that initial management is use simple non-drug measures. So you can see that even the major organizations are more and more thinking about going into non-drug measures to control disease. For example, taking honey. So dosage, they say dosage a teaspoon of honey. For treatments of managing cough in adults aged 18 years and over. This is from a major organization which approves pharmaceutical drug use in the UK. So there is a mindset that is changing. And this is good news, and this should apply to all, in my opinion, in all countries and all societies, especially because we have such a big heritage of knowledge about traditional medicines, and sometimes they get ignored because they are thought to be unscientific. And yet there might be scientific basis which may not have been perhaps investigated, but something that one can look into. So I think this is an important message that came from the COVID-19 pandemic. And what's changing is that even the university researchers are changing their attitudes to traditional medicine. Here is a something I like to share from Nottingham University in the UK, which is a city next to Leicester. I'm in Leicester at the moment, and it was snowing. You can see my background. It's a bit cloudy and it's early in the morning, it's something very interesting, because what they did was they looked at ancient manuscripts and they found a 1,000-year-old recipe, which people used to use for improving their health or when they're ill. And this is called an onion and garlic eye remedy that people used to use in the past, about 1,000 years ago. And the researchers from Nottingham University, what they did is they recreated that soup. They recreated the soup and they tested the activity of that soup against antibiotic-resistant bacteria. And what they found was that, amazing results according to their press release from their university. This is what they're saying, Nottingham University press release in their website. The news of the remarkable success of the experiment has exploded in the public domain, igniting worldwide discussions on whether ancient remedies may be the key to many modern day challenges. This is from Nottingham University in the UK. So you can see that, in advanced developed countries, researchers have faith in ancient remedies, and they're exploring the merits of the ancient remedies. And this is a positive move. And I think this is something that also needs to happen more and more in developing countries, because in developing countries, many people still continue to use ancient remedies. And it's important for the research to engage with the elderly in the communities. In Indonesia, there are lots of older people who are using traditional medicines, and it's important to find out from them, what are they using for what conditions? There is a whole field called ethnopharmacy. And this is being, a lot of pharmaceutical companies have gone into remote areas of the world, Amazon rainforest, and have asked people which plant they used for what, and they've got these ideas from them, and then obviously produce, specific drug products, and then even sold it to those people. But, the countries like Indonesia has a lot of existing traditional knowledge, and they can be explored. And as I'm showing you here an example, this is research that was done by Nottingham University and further followed up by Warwick University, also a city in the Midlands of the UK where I'm based. So these researchers have published papers in, highly rated journals showing how these ancient recipes can actually address modern problems. And another interesting point I like to stress here is that the public are becoming more and more interested in food as medicine. So for example, here, if you look at a survey that was done recently, they found a recent survey reported that 80% of consumers have adopted food as medicine. And I'm not surprised, because we are going back to what it always used to be. Human beings used food for their development and growth and nutrition, but also as medicine. That was something they always used. Honey is a typical example. And this is a consensus amongst different cultures and different societies. So this is a human behavior, and it makes sense. And now modern science is being applied to prove some of those recipes which people may have referred to as old wives' tales or some sort of myth. Now people are using science to say they may not be myths, they may not be old wives' tales and so on. They have some scientific basis behind them. So this is a good development, and COVID-19 pandemic has made greater interest in this area than ever before. And across the world, different countries and different societies have had their COVID-19 cure or something that will help them to protect themselves against COVID-19. Garlic is one of the ones that is universal. Lemon is another universal, usage that across many different countries, people have used it. And, there has been, a lot of confusion, and because of the social media, there is also fake news, there is some fake claims and so on. And the WHO, World Health Organization, has come in to say that, a betel leaf, for example, this is piper betel leaf, which is consumed in, India, Bangladesh, and so on. And in Myanmar and some countries, some other people say this is also boiled betel leaf can cure COVID-19. So there has been a lot of messages going around. Some of them may be true, some of them may be false. But when things settle down, I think we need to investigate and find out what worked, what did not work, which methods people used and found effective, and know from the public what worked and what did not. So there is a lot of scope. In Indonesia, you can do a survey with a questionnaire-based survey to ask what actually helped the people, and then you can do statistical analysis to identify if there is a significant, evidence that something did work and what were the most important substances that were effective. And perhaps this could be the sources for identifying new antivirals and antimicrobials and so on. I mean, WHO says, turmeric, for example, is one of the things that has been used a lot, especially in India and other countries where turmeric is prevalent. And people say that this was working for them. The WHO said there is no evidence that it prevents COVID-19. And it is true, there is no evidence because research hasn't been done. But WHO also says that, lemon is a good fruit, turmeric is a good spice. So they cannot refute the fact that these are good, but just that there isn't enough research done or research work has been done to prove that it does prevent COVID-19. But all of these things provides an opportunity for doing more research. And so I think we need to look at our environment and wherever we are living in to see what steps people took in order to prevent disease, and then apply the latest scientific methodologies, whether it is in the field of the chemistry, physics, maths, whatever, medicine. All of these people need to sort of work together to see how we can improve our health and prevent disease. So now I'm going to focus on research with two plants that we have been working on over the last few years. And one plant is called Nigella sativa. And I think this is an amazing, amazing plant. I mean, its seeds are used as a spice. And in many countries, it grows in Indonesia, by the way. And you have a Nigella sativa growing in the lowlands and uplands, and they have different properties, and the temperature, growth condition, altitude, all of these things will have an impact on the quality of the seeds in terms of chemical composition differences and so on. The essential compound that people always talk about in Nigella sativa seeds is a compound called thymoquinone. And yes, it is not the same compound as what Donald Trump talked about, which was another compound, but it is analogous, also a quinone compound. There is some similarity, but it's not exactly the same compound. So Nigella sativa used as a spice and medicine in many cultures actually. And even the ancient Egyptians used it. So it was something that was not something new. So it's in ancient Egyptians, in Latin, in Europe, it was used called as a panacea. It is a cure-all. And in Arabic, it is called Habbal Sauda, which is the seed of blessing. And Prophet Muhammad actually said that, in his sayings, that it is a cure for all disease except death. So it is also very popular amongst the people who practice the Islamic faith. And in India, there is also this, it's called Kalonji or Kalizira. In Bengali, it is called Kalijira. And this is also used as a medicinal, for medicinal use for centuries in ancient Indian civilization. It has been used as a medicine. It is also used in China. So the important thing I think here to note is there is a consensus. Consensus is important. It means, like with honey, when no civilization or culture or society will say honey is bad for health. They will say honey can be used as a medicine. And I think Nigella sativa should stay, in my view, should have the same status in a way with honey, in the fact that almost all societies and cultures agreed, whether you are in Europe, whether you're in Africa, whether in Asia, there is consensus. And major civilization, what is the Indian, Chinese, Christian, Islamic, Hindu, Buddhist, I mean, whichever civilization you can think of, and a section of the world you can think of, all consider this as a medicine. So this adds further confidence in this plant, more so than many other plants where it's used specifically by a specific community, and they only use it and others don't. And this is widely available as well. So geographical distribution is quite big, and therefore it's available in many places. And so this is an interesting plant in my view. And amount of research done on Nigella sativa is quite a lot, but it is scattered, fragmented, and many cases incomplete. It's mainly because funding for this research is limited. So some researchers, through their own initiative, through some little funding they have, will initiate some work, and it includes me, some small amount of funding, maybe a PhD student project, maybe a small grant, and we'll do some research and then finish and move on. There is no concerted and targeted effort. The genome of the Nigella sativa seed is not known yet. We know the genomes of many, many different plants, but yet the genome of the Nigella sativa seed is not known. And that's a pity, because this is such a huge factory for medicinal compounds, and yet we do not know the genome sequence of it. And yet we have sequenced the genome of so many other plants and organisms. So if anyone is listening here and you want to do some interesting project, then I think sequencing the Nigella sativa genome would be an exciting project to pursue. So the reason why, not much is being done on this plant, as I said, is the pharmaceutical company fear to get involved in plants because these are naturally occurring materials, and therefore they will have difficulty patenting and so on. So this discourages them from participating in the job of looking for drugs in these things. We are left with universities and they don't have enough funding. They do not have enough money, and the work does not continue in a systematic way year after year. A researcher does some work, he passes away, he retires, the work ends. With a pharmaceutical company or with investment put in large amounts in an university research center or government research center, you can have a project continuing for 10, 15, 20 years until something positive comes out. And that is what is needed, I think, in the future. And the other plant I'm going to talk about is water hyacinth. It's a plant that we have in Indonesia, like Nigella sativa. And this plant, I'm going to discuss in relation to environmental pollution and how we can use this plant, which is the fastest growing aquatic plant in the world. In water, it is the fastest growing, and bamboo is the fastest growing plant in the land. So terrestrial plant, bamboo is the fastest growing. And so both of these plants grow fast. And in my opinion, my simplistic opinion, if something is growing and multiplying very fast, then it has some good use. Like bamboo has many good uses, and many uses will continue to be found, from engineering applications to household goods production and so on. And water hyacinth, because it is available in large supply and it grows very quickly, has great potential, but is also considered as an undesirable weed because it blocks waterways and so on, and it prevents the navigation by boat and so on. So it also has a very bad image. However, if anything is available in large supply and it is abundant, it must have some good use. It must have some, sort of positive things in it that maybe we have not really identified. And there is a lot more that needs to be done. Also with the water hyacinth plant, even looking for antimicrobials and others. We have not done any work on antimicrobials as such in water hyacinth plant, but this is something that can be done. And there are, water hyacinth plentifully available in Indonesia. So if some young researcher wants to explore the potential of this plant for, medicinal applications and also for environmental management issues, then I think it is something that is worth looking into. And again, it's a plant that has spread across the world, originating from South America. It was transported by people as an ornamental plant by the Europeans, and it then entered into Africa during the colonial days and into Asia during the colonial days, and spread across the world. So it is an invasive species because it invades and it spreads very quickly. And since 2016, the sale of the plant has been banned in the EU. So I cannot get anymore the water hyacinth plant for my research. So my research on water hyacinth using plants based in the UK has ended. We are only using the dead material, which is non-living plants, for whatever work that remains outstanding for us to do with one of my PhD students. So this is just a background to the two plants that we have been working on. And Nigella sativa, this is just a glimpse of things we have done, okay? There are loads of research on many different activities of Nigella sativa, immunological activities, and many other activities. And here, just some small examples of what we are doing. We are doing antiviral work. Currently, one of the students in my university has got samples of our oil and some compounds from the Nigella sativa, and she is actually testing, and she's already beginning to get some research data on the antiviral properties of the Nigella sativa oil with coronavirus. She's looking at coronavirus, not COVID-19, but another human coronavirus. And we've looked at enzymatic inhibition, and we've shown that it is anti-diabetic properties, and we'll discuss our anti-cancer properties. It has got anti-Alzheimer's properties as well because of inhibition of acetylcholine esterase enzyme. And this has been published in papers here, which if you want to read a bit more about, there are two papers here, one about antimicrobial and one that covers anti-diabetic, anti-Alzheimer's, anti-cancer, and properties. So you can look at this. So here is the black seed, and there is the oil. Black seed, commonly called black seed, is actually Nigella sativa seeds, and it's very small and dark. If I go to my kitchen, just around there, I'm originally from Bangladesh, and if you go there and there's lots of spices in India, Bangladesh, and so on, you will see that there is no spice which is more darker, more black than the Nigella sativa seeds. And it's dark and it's packed and it's dense and it is very pungent and very strong. And nowadays people always say if there is something is black honey is better than light honey. And if there is a plant which is more seed or product which is more darker, people assume, of course, it's not simple as that, but there is an assumption that it has got many, many different compounds in it, and that makes it dark. Of course, there is tannins and others that contributes to this. But honestly, when I go to the kitchen, there is nothing that compares with Nigella sativa seeds in terms of its, darkness. Black pepper, yes, it's strong and it's pungent and everything. Nigella sativa is far more stronger. Everything has got its own properties, of course. There are some things, that is present in one plant that is absent in another plant and so on. So no one thing is perfect in all senses. But one interesting thing I have to stress is that for many plants, they may be good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things or something like that, let's say. But with Nigella sativa, I have to say, from the research that others have done, research we have done, it is something of a cure-all or a panacea that the Latin, the Europeans have stated before, that it's a panacea. It probably is more of a panacea, because I don't think, Nigella sativa is everything, but it probably has more multiple benefits that makes it unique compared to other plants where they may be good for few different things. So this is the amazing thing. It's good for cancer, it's good for diabetes, it's good for Alzheimer's, it's good for antiviral, it's good for the immune system. So it has multiple benefits, and there is research showing that. But the only sad thing is that the research hasn't been taken to the next level, which is doing clinical trials. But this is changing. So if you go to clinical trials website, USA clinical trials website, you'll see a change. There is now, since the COVID-19, there is an increase in the number of clinical trials related with Nigella sativa. There is some research going on, especially, for example, from Iran. They have done quite a lot of clinical trials. There is some studies from Saudi Arabia, less number compared to Iran, but there is some there. And some studies from Europe, where they've done clinical trials. And now in America, some companies are doing it. And so things are changing. Things are changing. It is going to become more and more applied, and clinical trials are going to be done. So I think the status and image of the Nigella sativa plant and its seeds have transformed completely since the COVID-19, because in Europe, people have been seeing and people have been reporting that, people in France, the people of North African origin from Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, for example, these people have been protecting themselves from infections from COVID-19 by using Nigella sativa seeds. So things have changed for Nigella sativa. Hopefully the genome will be decoded, and its application in developing medicine will be really accelerated, and serious money will be invested in order to get this for the benefit of mankind. Just like honey is something for the entire mankind, it's not for a specific community. Nigella sativa is also something for the entire population of this planet, and not just for any one particular group. And therefore, research is something that we need to do, and we need to cooperate and engage together to achieve these goals. So we looked at over 60 different cell lines. And the interesting things is that it's very effective, sometimes more effective than the standard, anti-cancer drugs. So against, for example, here we are showing the effect of concentration of the oil concentration as a function of looking at the cell death. And as you increase the concentration, the cell death increases. And we see this with over 60 different cell lines. There wasn't a single cell line that it was not cytotoxic against. This is cancer cell lines, okay? Over 60. I think it was 69 altogether. And we saw that the Nigella sativa oil, this is the extract, because you can use Nigella sativa, extracts, aqueous extract, but the oil is what we used. And we found that it was highly active because it's very concentrated material. And for melanoma, interestingly, one of the melanoma cell lines, A375, we found that it was actually more effective than even the major drug that is used for treating tumor, anti-tumor drug, doxorubicin, and it's more stronger than that. So you can see here, it's very active. And we can see, this is the mammary cell, breast cancer cells. And this is the tumor-related, the cancer cell line related to melanoma. So there is positive effect. This has been published, and there is a link to that journal published last year with my collaborators in Portugal, in Lisbon. And so this is an interesting study. And one of the interesting things we observed, and that was, I would say, this is a complete accident that happened. What happened was that when you had the cells tested for anti-cancer activities, different cell lines, what happened was in a control control, 96 well plate, where there was just the oil in one well, and in the other wells you had the different cells. This was just to show that nothing happens. The cells remain alive; they do not die. But what happened was that the cells were dying, even though the oil was not in direct contact with the cells. It was in a separate well. So this means that the volatile compounds gets released from the oil and goes to neighboring wells far away. This is 96 well place. Of course, the lid is closed. So the volatiles escape from the oil well, and then goes into other wells where the cells are and kills the cell. That was a complete surprise to us. But in a way, not much of a surprise, because we know that in many cultures, people have used vapors. Even in Bangladesh, some people suffering from pain, or even pregnant women during their giving birth, to reduce their pain, they would heat the Nigella sativa seeds and then cover it in a cloth, and they will ask the people to inhale the vapors from that heated Nigella sativa seeds. So it was used, as the vapors from it has been used. So that was not a surprise in that sense, but we are not expecting that from those experiments. And so actually the vapors can even kill the cells. And this is cell line work. Of course, now need to do studies, with animals, with more relevant systems, so that you can see if it can go into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. But I think it's very promising. And the fact the volatiles work means you can actually produce inhalers that can be used for targeting, respiratory cancers on the respiratory system, for example, lung cancer and so on. You can also help with cystic fibrosis, CFTR, and things like that, and other diseases where you need delivery of the drug through inhalation and through some sort of nebulizer and so on. So this is an opportunity, I think, that people have to look into, and more research that needs to be done. And ideally, this sort of research should be done in countries where there is a lot of Nigella sativa growing. Just like in Indonesia, you have a lot of Nigella sativa. You can work with the farmers. You can identify organic Nigella sativa seeds for marketing it and making money out of it, or producing new sort of inhalers or sprays and other means of delivery, so that, there is income generation through research. So there should be a partnership between the universities and the Nigella sativa farmers, so that they can, help improve their quality. For example, Nigella sativa contains thymoquinone, and the thymoquinone concentration varies from region to region and from climate to climate. So you can help the farmers to produce the Nigella sativa that has a higher concentration of thymoquinone. So there is a great potential here, not only for helping people to relieve themselves of disease and so on, but also generating income for the farmers and economic activity in the country as well. So I think this is something that, a country like Indonesia can do much more. There is publications coming from Indonesia on Nigella sativa, but it's too few. And yet this is such a huge factory of chemicals with so many different medicinal applications. Yes.
We have exceeded the time limit, actually, including
the session
for Q&A.
Sorry?
Yeah, well, actually, by now we are supposed to finish the Q&A.
All right, okay, sorry, I'm sorry about this. Can I just sort of quickly go through it, if it is okay with everyone?
Well, I guess maybe we can give 3 minutes. Yep, 3
minutes. Okay, so
this
is, okay, fine, all right, fine, yes. So what it is that I'm just quickly going through some slides. This is antimicrobial assays. You can see that is highly active against respiratory bacteria. It is active against MRSA. It is active against gonorrhea. So it is highly active in all of these different situations. And actually, Nigella sativa oil is far better than any other oil that you've tested, about 20 or 30 different oil, including coconut oil and so on, in being the most active against killing bacteria and so on, in terms of inhibiting bacterial growth. And then we've seen the vapors. We've seen that the vapors of the Nigella sativa oil can actually also have inhibition of bacterial growth. So the vapors can be used to develop new, sprays and nebulizers for anti-cancer properties and antimicrobial properties and so on. And we are doing FTIR spectroscopy. This is FTIR spectroscopy looking at Nigella sativa oil with the view to authenticate the oil, because unfortunately there is food fraud going on, and we are trying to develop FTIR spectroscopy and DNA fingerprinting in order to discriminate between authentic Nigella sativa oil and those that has been adulterated with oil from other plants. Here we did some studies with the interaction of proteins with with Nigella sativa oil and its extracts, and we see that this actually binds to the proteins. There is interactions going on, and we published this, and it is in the literature. We used mass spectrometry to look at the composition of the Nigella sativa oil before and after removal of the volatiles. And you can see when the volatiles are removed, there are some changes in peaks indicating the concentration of some compounds have decreased as a consequence of the volatiles evaporating. And we have identified which compounds are more in the oil and which are in the vapor. So the next question that I'm going to just discuss, next problem is the using the water hyacinth plant to remove arsenic from water, because arsenic problem in Bangladesh and many other parts of the world is a huge issue, and finding inexpensive ways to remove toxins from water is one of the research that we did. And it is a big issue because water is one of the major problems, and as sustainable development goals is providing clean water for all. And this is one of the areas that we looked at. And there is so much focus on research on other things in the world. We even go out to the planet Mars to look for water, but we don't address the problem of water problem that we have in our own planet. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done here. And the water hyacinth plant, as you can see, someone is holding it, has got a long root, and it grows very fast. So what we did was to look at how this plant can remove arsenic from water. And here, one of my students from Dr. Shaban Al-Ramali from Tripoli in Libya is one of my best PhD student actually. Here he is shown in the lab. Unfortunately, passed away earlier this year. And this presentation I like to also dedicate to his memory, because he was one of the first person to actually demonstrate that the roots of this plant can remove arsenic from water. You can see arsenic removal percent, nearly 100% arsenic is removed at different pH conditions, for example, around in this range. And he was the first person to show that. So the root of this plant can actually remove arsenic from water. So this is something that we did. We did a study in Wales in the UK with the plant, my PhD student here, Jonathan Jones. He also did a study on a river in the UK to see how pollutants from the river can be removed by the water hyacinth. And we looked at different elements using a technique called ICP-MS, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. And we did the study at the bench level. We did the studies and we showed a huge number of different metals can be removed very fast by the plant in the bench scale study. Then we did the in situ study, which means we did the study in the river itself. So you can see we put the plant in the river and then we looked at the water quality before and after. And we find lots of different metals and heavy metals and toxic metals are removed from the river water. And then we did a study on the bank side where we have the plant in some water that is coming from the river, and then looking at the water and seeing what changes happen. Again, this study showed that you can remove the different heavy metals and toxic metals from water. So coming finally to the summary slide. So the plant that we used is water hyacinth for removing heavy metals from river water. And we showed this a river in Wales in the UK. And our study shows that it can remove lots of different metals, including aluminium and zinc and arsenic and manganese and so on. And furthermore, the in situ work in the river itself, we showed that it also works well, but not as well as in the lab and the bench scale study because of the dynamic nature of the river. But this is something that we are still exploring and thinking through collaboration with other places, because we don't have water hyacinth in the UK anymore. So we are trying to do future work on using this plant for, there is interest from the Coal Authority in South Wales who are interested in the method and so on. So I'm sorry for the, going through this part of the presentation very quickly. And I very much hope, you enjoyed listening to this presentation. And I hope you have some questions to ask, and I'll be here to take your questions. Thank you very much indeed, once again.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Harris. Yeah, that was a very, informative talk. I guess that's why there's a lot of, there's no enough time for Prof to deliver everything. Okay, we do have some questions here. Okay, I'll share this with you guys. Okay, this one is from Dr. Muhammad Noor. Okay, he's asking about Nigella sativa. Well, it's known as a good herb. Is there any negative effect of the herb?
Well, I mean, it's about dose, I guess. So far, I mean, it's one of those plants that has been used since ancient times, and it's been passed through generation after generation after generation. And, there is no bad sayings about Nigella sativa that I've come across. It's about, but then, every individual is different. One size does not fit all. We are all different and our genetics are different. And there may be some people who may suffer adverse effects. And but on the whole, actually, on the whole, most of the studies says that it is tolerable. Excessive amount intake can have problems. Again, dose is an issue, and some people may have problems because of their, pre-existing conditions and so on. So it's not something that one can have a clear answer at this point in time, and more research will reveal who is it good for and who is it bad for, because as I said, one size does not fit all. But I mean, I think overall, there is a consensus across civilizations and countries and nations that Nigella sativa is good. It is allowed to be used in supplements and foods. There is no restrictions on its use and so on. You cannot sell it like saying this will cure cancer. That is prevented. But selling it as a herb and a spice and saying that it is good for health generally, there is no restrictions. But you cannot say that it is, unless you do research and provide evidence with clinical trials, that it will cure cancer or it will cure Alzheimer's and diabetes and so forth.
All right. Okay, thank you. And there's another question. It's about, it's from Fatima, if I'm not mistaken. She asked the possible problems of utilizing herbs for scaling up are related with the high cost for production, reproducibility, and low yield. That's why the synthesis still becomes a selected idea for industrialization. But what do you think about the strategy for this?
Yes, I think it's a very good question, and I think this is a question that I think we should all think about when you are doing research. Is that it's good enough finding something in the environment that is good for you, but then ensuring that we have a good supply of it and enough abundance of it is another matter, because you need to sometimes produce synthetic compounds, because what is available in nature is so small. You need to scale up, and therefore synthesis becomes necessary. And therefore, yes, absolutely, I agree with Dr. Fatima regarding her question that you need to develop synthesis strategy as well. And I think it has to be a combined approach, looking for producing the plant in nature and also purifying it if it is easy, or also synthesizing. So it has to be both. But what I will add here also is that sometimes substances work in synergistic manner. So for example, the best benefit could be when that substance is in its native environment with other substances to give the synergistic effect, and you get the maximal benefit. And when you purify just the pure one compound, it might actually be not so effective, and it might even be more toxic. So from this point of view, we need to look at the effect of mixture compared to the effect of individual compounds before you can draw conclusion which is better.
All right. Okay, very much. So we have one more question. Hold on, let me put it, share the slide again. That's a newly, that just came in. Okay. Can you see the question?
Yes, I can see the question. I can see the question.
What makes thymoquinone is more important than any other compounds in Nigella sativa? Because it is an icon for Nigella sativa.
Again, it's a very good question. Thank you for asking this. And you are absolutely right. Whenever people talk about Nigella sativa, they talk about thymoquinone. And it's because it has been well investigated, well studied, and it has been shown to be one of the major constituents of Nigella sativa extract. So if you've seen my presentation, I had mass spectrometry data. One of the major components you find is thymoquinone. And thymoquinone concentration actually varies from Nigella sativa, from one area compared to another area. So growth condition, temperature, I think probably higher temperature areas, you probably have more thymoquinone than compared to the ones which are in a more milder temperature. So there is variation in thymoquinone, and there is some effects that one can see that, from studies with thymoquinone alone, because it's available. You can buy thymoquinone as a compound. You can buy it from, companies, and you can assess its activity and so on. And because thymoquinone is the major compound, it has become the most important substance that people refer to. But in my opinion, that is not just thymoquinone. There are other compounds in it that also play a role. And it's probably synergistic effect that also contributes, because we've seen that the antimicrobial activity or even the anti-cancer activities and also the enzyme inhibition activities were still there even when thymoquinone concentration were low. So it is not just thymoquinone, but the other compounds in Nigella sativa that plays a role. And I think that more research is needed in order to understand this.
All right. So I guess, thank you very much for the explanation. So I hope Mahendra Puthoot is happy with that. All right. So I guess, thank you very much, Prof. Harris, okay, for the sharing session and for answering all the questions. With that, I guess I should pass back to the chair of the session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the speaker and also moderator for this insightful session and productive discussion. All right, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, after this, together we will see the handing over of certificates by the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences to the keynote speaker and also to the moderator of plenary 3 session. And now we would like to invite the keynote speaker, Professor Parvez Haris, and we also would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Ismaniza Ismail. And now we would like to give the time to the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, to Professor Rianto. The time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everybody. The committee is giving appreciation for Professor Parvez Haris and Dr. Ismaniza Ismail. This is a certificate for Professor Parvez Haris, and then the second certificate for Dr. Ismaniza Ismail. Thanks a lot, Prof. Parvez Haris, because have delivered a very good topic this session. And then thanks a lot to Dr. Ismaniza Ismail has managed this session. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. It was a pleasure taking part in your conference.
Thank you, Professor Rianto, for presenting these certificates. And once again, thank you to the speaker and also moderator. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed this event to the last agenda, that is the awarding for best poster and also for best presenter, and also closing remark by the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. And we would like to invite again Professor Rianto. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Mila. The next agenda is awarding for best poster and best presenter. The committee has selected the 3 best poster and 3 best presenter. Okay, the third best presenter, the third best poster is Warale Watcharin. Okay, good luck. And then the second best poster is Bapak Habibi Hidayat. Okay, good luck, congratulations. And then the first best poster is Patasha Isren Hanim binti Alias. Okay, good luck for the winner for best poster, yeah. And then next for best presenter. Then the third best presenter is Pak Ahmad Fauzan. Okay. And then the second best presenter is Ibu Nelly Puspandari. Okay, the first best presenter is Muhammad Faiz Aizamuddin. Good luck to all winner. Congratulations to all winner. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Rianto, and congratulations to the best poster presenter and also to the best oral presenter. Well, participants, ladies and gentlemen, So actually, we come to the end of the 3rd International Seminar on Science and Technology 2021. Thus, we close this event by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for your precious time joining this conference and for being a part of our successful event today. The last but not least, once again, thank you for your kind attention and participation today. The last for me, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi